Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan juga selamat pagi. Saya Yasmin daripada Pusat Pembelajaran dan Kejuruteraan Pembelajaran Akademik CADe-Lead. Kita akan mulakan pertandingan hari ini dengan sesi taklimat disampaikan oleh Profesor Badia Dr. Muhammad Khazi Omar di Badan Pengarah CADe-Lead. Kita akan mulakan walaupun peserta belum semua datang sebab peserta akan datang mostly untuk presentation untuk present. So untuk tidak berbuang masa saya untuk present untuk peserta ini.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan salam sejahtera. Alhamdulillahilladzi hadana li hadza wa ma kunna linahtadiya laula an hadana Allah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan rasulullah. Syali sadri wa yassir li amri wa tammi lisani yafqahu. Sekali ini saya alu-alukan Amalan Marah di Pusat Pembangunan dan Keseimbangan Pembinaan Akademik CADe-Lead. Ada bersama dengan kita Teknologi Dr. Mas Nida. Bersama dengan kita pada pagi ini bersama dengan Dr. Nusulan Asati selaku Timbalan Pengarah di bawah Seksyen PPT. Saya ingin memanjatkan ucapan salam daripada Pengarah CADe-Lead bersama dengan Dr. Muhammad Zaliat Abdurrani. Beliau tidak dapat berserta bersama dengan kita pada pagi ini kerana beliau ada komitmen lain. Ingin saya mengalu-alukan peserta-peserta yang menyertai pertandingan inovasi, pengajaran dan pembelajaran di Pusat Malaysia pada tahun ini. Tuan-tuan, puan-puan yang saya kasih sekalian. Alhamdulillah, syukur kita kepada Allah SWT kerana kita dapat bersama pada pagi ini untuk kita meraihkan sebenarnya inovasi dan juga kreativiti pesyarah-pesyarah di Universiti Putra Malaysia dalam konteks menyampaikan dalam konteks pengajaran dan pembelajaran dan menyampaikan ilmu pengetahuan kepada pelajar-pelajar. Jadi izinkan saya untuk memberikan sedikit taklimat ringkas pada pagi ini beberapa perkara yang saya fikir penting untuk saya maklumkan kepada semua peserta. Kami ingin mengambil kesempatan di sini untuk merakamkan ucapan penghargaan dan terima kasih juga kepada Fakulti Kejuruteraan khususnya di bawah pimpinan Dekan Profesor Senior Dr. Khairul yang sudi memberikan ruang kepada CADe-Lead untuk menggunakan pakai saya fikir satu classroom yang indah dan juga berteknologi tinggi. Dan juga terima kasih juga kami ucapkan kepada juri-juri yang kita jemput untuk menilai hasil-hasil inovasi peserta inovasi pengajaran dan pembelajaran pada tahun 2023 ini. Izinkan saya untuk berkongsi sedikit objektif pengajuran pertandingan ini. Secara awalnya kita mengambil peluang di sini untuk meraihkan inovasi yang dihasilkan oleh pesyarah-pesyarah UPM. Kerana melalui inovasi inilah mereka ini menjadi satu contoh dan role model kepada pesyarah-pesyarah lain untuk sama-sama kita berinovasi dalam kita menjepani satu cabaran suasana dan ekosistem pengajaran dan pembelajaran yang semakin mencabar. Saya fikir perlu diketengahkan inovasi ini supaya kita dapat manfaatkan bersama. Dan ini membuka ruang kepada satu pembudayaan yang mana saya fikir pembudayaan ini perlu dipupuk dalam kita mengharungi tanggungjawab kita sebagai pesyarah di UPM. Saya fikir kita perlu kehadapan dan juga bersedia untuk mendepani apa juga konteks dan suasana pengajaran pada masa ini. Daripada segi practicality sebenarnya kami mencari ataupun menghimpunkan beberapa calon-calon daripada pertandingan ini. Kita dapatlah di pihak CADe-Lead dapat mengenal pasti bakat-bakat dan juga innovator yang kita boleh bawa ke peringkat seterusnya. Khususnya dalam kita memberikan pencalonan sebagai calon-calon untuk memenangi anugerah fellowship naik chancellor dan juga seterusnya di peringkat negara melalui anugerah akademik negara bagi kategori pengajaran. Selain daripada itu, kita berhasrat sebenarnya untuk melihat dan juga menyebar luas seperti yang saya maklumkan tadi berkaitan dengan inovasi dan penggunaan teknologi. Dan insyaAllah melalui pengalaman ini kita dapat bersama-sama meningkatkan lagi kaedah penyampaian pengajaran dan pembelajaran yang terkini dan untuk manfaat bersama lah. Baik. Ini boleh saya seterusnya. Untuk menghargai usaha dan juga buah fikiran, idea, menggembling tenaga dalam memastikan inovasi yang diterampilkan melalui amalan pedagogi di dalam kelas, kita di pihak CADe-Lead ada menyediakan sejumlah hadiah yang berbentuk wang tunai dan juga sijil beserta dengan piala pusingan. So alhamdulillah pada tahun ini kita dapat sedikit peruntukan yang mana hadiah berbentuk wang tunai ini sejumlah RM10,000 kesemuanya dan wang tunai bagi pemenang keseluruhan berjumlah RM5,000. Yang kedua, pemenang kedua adalah RM3,000 dan juga wang tunai diberikan RM2,000 pada pemenang ketiga. InsyaAllah kita akan mengumumkan pemenang-pemenang ini pada sambutan bulan pendidik, iaitu pada program bulan pendidik yang kita akan rasmikan pada 30 Oktober 2023. Jadi saya mohon semua peserta untuk turut sama-sama hadir bagi kita memeriahkan program sambutan bulan pendidik UPM pada tahun ini 30 Oktober 2023. Jadi suka untuk saya kongsikan di sini bahawa juri yang terjemput untuk menilai inovasi-inovasi di pelajaran dan pembelajaran di UPM bersama dengan kita pada pagi ini kita ada teknologis Dr. Ena Ayub. Beliau merupakan Director of Digital Learning Experience of Tarikh Digital Tarikh University. Diberikan sedikit tepukan kepada Dr. Ena. Terima kasih sekali lagi daripada pihak CADe-Lead. Dan sebenarnya turut bersama dengan kita ada Profesor Madia Dr. Nurbiha Syukur. Beliau merupakan timbalan pengarah di Pusat Kemajuan Pembelajaran Digital dan Fleksibel Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Beliau akan bersama dengan kita. Saya kira mungkin dalam tempoh setengah jam lagi lah kerana beliau mengalami trafik daripada JB saya fikir. Sebelumnya, baik. Kita mempunyai tentatif yang mana tentatif ini merupakan susun atur kepada para pembentang inovasi pada pagi ini. Kalau kita dapat lihat pada sebelah pagi, kita akan bermula saya fikir dalam kurang lebih 15 minit lagi sehingga kita dapat kepada peserta yang kelima yang kita jangkakan pada jam 10.50 nanti. Jadi kalau lihat daripada segi format pertandingan dan juga masa nanti akan dikongsikan selepas ini. Dan insyaAllah kita akan sambung semula pada jam sekitar 11.20 pagi sehingga jam 12.20 pagi. Dan secara keseluruhannya kita memperoleh 9 peserta pada anugerah inovasi pengajaran dan pembelajaran UPM pada tahun 2023. Jadi suka untuk saya kongsikan sedikit format pertandingan bagi pertandingan amalan terbaik inovasi ini. Jadi setiap fakulti, peserta yang mewakili fakulti diberikan tempoh 15 minit untuk memberikan membentangkan dan juga mungkin memberikan maklumat tentang inovasi yang dilaksanakan. Dan insyaAllah kita peruntukkan 5 minit untuk sesi soal jawab yang melibatkan keseluruhan masa bagi setiap peserta 20 minit. Jadi ada bunyi loceng insyaAllah akan dibunyikan pada 15 minit yang pertama dan disusuli dengan loceng yang kedua mungkin akan dibunyikan 2 kali bagi memaklumkan bahawa telah tamat 20 minit keseluruhan pembentangan. Daripada segi kaedah pembentangan itu kita tidak pakai apa-apa method lah. Jadi kita membuka kepada kreativiti dan juga kesesuaian untuk para peserta untuk menggunakan all kind of materials, pembentangan, poster, demonstration, and whatnot, using English or Malay either. Dalam proses pembentangan ini, ianya tidak terikat hanya kepada seorang pembentang sahaja. Sebaliknya, sekiranya ada ahli dalam kumpulan pembentang ingin sort of sikit bertambah maklumat, sama-sama dialukan bagi menyokong keseluruhan persembahan daripada setiap kumpulan. Right. Jadi daripada aspek kriteria penilaian itu, kita melihat kepada 5 aspek ini. Jelas di situ peruntukan peratus pematahan diberikan mengikut kriteria-kriteria yang dimaklumkan seperti dipaparkan. Originality and inventiveness memperuntukkan jumlah markah tertinggi di situ 30%, diikuti dengan practicality and usefulness 20%, status of innovation 10%, contribution to student, program, faculty or institution 25%, and then presentation and demonstration. So dalam tuan-tuan dan puan-puan membuat pembentangan, suka untuk saya berikan sedikit maklumat dan juga perkongsian untuk kita lihat kriteria-kriteria ini. Beri sedikit penekanan kepada peratus markah yang tertinggi lah. Baik. Itu saja slide pembentangan saya, ringkas dan padat. InsyaAllah ini saya maklumkan juga di sini keputusan adalah muktamad. Sebarang rayuan tidak akan detail lah. So basically insyaAllah kita cuba untuk memastikan sesi penilaian inovasi ini dapat disempurnakan dengan jaya insyaAllah. Dengan kepakaran panel penilaian yang kita jemput, saya fikir penilaian akan dilaksanakan secara saksama dan adil insyaAllah. Jadi kita doakan semoga perjalanan pertandingan amalan inovasi fakulti pada hari ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar. Saya sudahi taklimat saya dengan wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat maju jaya. Terima kasih.
Dr. Fazil akan taklimat tadi. Kita nak buka ada pertanyaan ke? Kita ada masa sikit. Pertanyaan daripada peserta berkenaan perjalanan. Kita nak ada hadiah yang orang tunai itu tahun ni lalas amount-nya tu. Lepas tu kita akan divide. Sebab yang kita sudah kata baru untuk selaraskan semua yang kita melihat hadiah pertandingan universiti. Kita akan selaraskan dengan hadiah yang dibagi untuk pertandingan KIT lah, Inovasi.
Dalam dasar perkhidmatan ni, tahun ini kita dapat lagi secure that kind of amounts. InsyaAllah itulah yang terbaik untuk memastikan pertandingan amalan inovasi fakulti ini dapat mendapat tempat untuk inovasi juga untuk berkongsi lah. Kalau ada soalan.
So basically pagi ni kita punya session tak adalah formal sangat, kita buat santai perjalanan dia. Kita habis awal, 10 minit lagi kalau berjadual selesai kita dah boleh lakukan pembentangan pertama. Pembentangan pertama kita daripada Fakulti Pembelajaran dan Sains Kesihatan, Profesor Madia Dr. Zulkifli Azwan Kemadau. Dan mesti kita boleh mula. Boleh tak? Boleh. Okay. Jadi saya menjemput pembentangan daripada bulan yang pertama untuk pertandingan pada hari ini daripada Fakulti Pembelajaran dan Sains Kesihatan. Sebab tadi dia panjang, saya beri pembentang untuk baca. Okey, saya silakan Profesor Madia Dr. Zulkifli Azwan ikut pembentang sesi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zulkifli from Fakulti of Medicine and Health Sciences, and today I would like to I would like to present about one of the assessment that we actually did. We replaced the exit viva with mock case interview of top 20 years and view, and we want to look into the aspect of our students' outcome, right? And these are my team members. And before I proceed further, I would like to show to the participant today a bit of the overview to set the scene and understand the background why we did this.
Within the dynamic realm of healthcare, the role of a dietitian shines as a crucial member of the care team. Dietitians collaborate closely with doctors, nurses, and an array of allied health professionals to provide comprehensive patients' care. Traditionally, the expertise of dietitians is honed within clinical settings, where they play a vital role in prescribing medical nutrition therapy for both inpatients and outpatients. In addition to clinical practice, dietitians venture into two other pivotal domains. They work behind the scenes in hospital kitchens, ensuring that patients receive nourishing meals tailored to their medical needs. Beyond the hospital, they make a significant impact within primary health clinics, where they engage in community-based screening and assess the nutrition status of individuals dealing with health challenges.
Keperluan untuk lebih ramai pegawai dietetik Kementerian Kesihatan Malaysia KKM disifatkan sangat mendesak bagi memenuhi keperluan di semua fasiliti kesihatan awam seluruh negara. Ya, apabila kadar nisbah pegawai itu ketika ini adalah 1/33 pesakit sehari berbanding kadar sepatutnya iaitu 1 pegawai untuk 10 pesakit sehari.
While the demand for dietitians in the public health sector remains notably high, the government often finds itself allocating its budget to prioritize critical professions such as medical doctors and nurses for workforce recruitment. As a result, our latest graduate tracer survey reveals an intriguing shift. A significant majority of our graduates have ventured into non-traditional practice areas within the field of dietetics. They are now contributing their expertise in places like pharmacies, private hospitals, digital consultations, and even as entrepreneurs in the ever-growing startup business landscape. By aligning our curriculum design, delivery methods, and assessment strategies with these new directions, we can ensure that our dietitians are prepared to excel in the diverse and expanding landscape of their profession. Our dietetics curriculum combines 3 years of comprehensive coursework with a year of practical training. During this final year, interns gain experience in both traditional and innovative practice areas. In traditional settings, they master clinical skills for patient care, while in new practice areas, they explore emerging fields like telehealth and digital consultations. At the end of our elective placement, we administer a viva voce examination to assess students' overall competency in the traditional practice area. However, recent surveys have shed light on an important insight. They revealed that while the viva voce is a standard endpoint assessment, it may not adequately prepare our graduates for real-life work situations. This brings us to an important crossroads, prompting us to reevaluate and adapt our assessment methods to better align with the demands of the professional world. In this presentation, we are excited to introduce you to the blueprint of our new authentic assessment, coined as MView, which will serve as the endpoint assessment for our dietetics program. During our presentation, we will discuss the profound impact of replacing Exit Viva with MView on student outcomes, including its direct influence on improving graduate employability, a crucial and measurable hard outcome.
All right. So I think it's 5 okay. So I think that justifies why we want to do this new assessment. So ladies and gentlemen, the Viva examination is widely used in healthcare profession. It's pretty common. Why we use Viva as endpoint assessment is because we can test on evaluating their clinical reasoning, their decision making, and their professionalism. So in terms of the rigor and validity of the Viva, it's also been well established, yeah. And we can actually map the Viva with certain POs such as critical thinking and problem solving. But why do you want to change in the first place? I think this has been highlighted in the video just now. But what's the difference between Viva and also the new assessment that we want to introduce, which is NView? In Viva, it's pretty much for case-tracted scales. Yeah. So we tested on the 3 case scenarios based on the clinical, food service, and also ability. And the level of difficulties in Viva is pretty known and predictable. Yeah. But mock interview, on the other hand, is representing a bit more real-world scenarios of situation. Sorry. Okay. Can you go back? Okay. Okay. So basically, the mock interview is reflecting the real case scenario. For instance, if the student applying to position pertaining to the food service, so the question and the skills they ask will be basically focusing on the food service, the leadership skills, and so on. Moving on. It's not working. Okay. So this is where we implement it as presented just now. We implement that towards the end of the supervised practice, and this is actually embedded within the clinical elective course. So let's take a look into this clinical elective course. Yeah. All right. What are the learning outcomes? As you can see here, there are 3 learning outcomes for this clinical elective course. And it's pretty high level, given the fact that this is the endpoint, yeah, of the supervised practice. So we will expect our student to be entry-level dietitian after completing this course. All right. So what are the objectives of having this NView? Because we want to provide the candidate or our student the opportunity, the real-life experience to practice and receive feedback from the interviewer. And for us at the department's level, we want to provide an objective measure in order for us to do continuous quality improvement. So how does NView contributing to the student overall student assessment? So it's contribute to 20% overall. You can see here, and then it's actually mapped to the CLO1 and CLO3 of the program. So next is we want to present on what will be, how do we know whether the new assessment that we introduced, which is NView, impact the student. So we can see this from the perspective of the student experience and more hard outcome, which is the employability post-program completion. All right. So this is our blueprint of the NView. So basically, we started with consultation with the stakeholders, meaning that in terms of the job position that we want to come out, and also the assessment criteria. And then we open the post and advertise it to the students, and they apply, submit the application package. And then we have internal selection process in order to shortlist the candidate. And we call them for the interview, and we provide feedback to the student at the end of the interview process. All right. And before I forget that, before we embark into this process, we also organize a program what we call as PEAK. PEAK stands for Professional Enhancement Action Program, in which we expose the student into growing skills, the expectation they will expect for each of the practice area, and also in terms of how to prepare the CVs and so on. So we offer 5 posts altogether: dietitian in pharmacy, dietitian in the Ministry of Health, food service dietitians at the private hospitals, entrepreneur dietitian at a startup company, and also dietitian working in university hospital. So this is some examples of some advert that we provide to the students. Yeah, it's actually reflect the actual adverts out there after stakeholder consultation. And then this is some example of the submission of the application package where the students submitted their video CV, and also some comprehensive CV that they actually submitted. Right. So once the student submitted, so we did internal assessor assess or indicate whether or not we want to call them for the interview for that particular post. So we did in terms of global ranking and ranking them and call them from the interview, right? So this is in general the interview process and timeline. We started in 30 June and end up in about 2 weeks later. And in terms of appointing the interviewers, so they basically important stakeholders. Some of them are head professions, dietetic leader in private sector, some award-winning entrepreneur dietitian. Basically, they are very much involved in the recruitment process. Yeah, we provide appointment letter with a clear term of reference and also provide briefing session for them. So this is example of grouping panels and candidates, right? And we come with an assessment criteria. I think this is the hardest part because there are different practice areas. For example, dietitian in Ministry of Health, in terms of recruitment process, they're not just specifically focusing on the competency on clinical area, but they're also looking into the candidate overall general understanding about the current issues and things like that. That's contribute to 40%. However, dietitians in the food service, for instance, they are expecting once the candidate joining the food service, they should be HOD straight away. Other than will be 30 and 40 staff. So they are looking into people's skills, leadership skills. So it's very difficult to come up with the assessment criteria that you can all agree upon. Okay, so we might use competency criteria with our PLOs, right? And then after the interview, can you go back? So after the interview, we did a feedback session, which is comprised of individual and also group feedback. Individual feedback was given straight after the interview itself, and group feedback was given after the interview in the afternoon session, in which during the group feedback, we announced to them, we know the successful candidate and what are the character, what made them become a successful candidate for that particular position, all right? So let's take a look into the impact of this NView into student experience and also the employability post-program completion. So we did a tracer study 2 months after they complete their study, and we found that 74% of them were already employed by 2 months post-completion of the study. Is this a good thing or bad thing? We don't know until we have to actually compare it with the previous cohort. Yeah. However, the previous cohort, we don't have data 2 months post-completion. So what we have is the 6 months of tracer study. So it's not vis-to-vis comparable. So having said that, we have to do a retrospective study in which we have to ask them when they were actually first employed. By mapping that, we will be able to see that around 30% of them at the 2 months was actually employed. So if we were to look into that map, so it will be the different chart in which there's more red, meaning that there are many of them who were unemployed at 2 months of post-completion of their study. I'm referring to their seniors. Yeah. So having said that, we are also asking a question with regard to the position that they're working. It's quite impressive that many of them, majority of them, working position related to their degree, right? And then we're also asking questions with regard to how many attempts they had in order for them to secure the position successfully. For the current batch that undergoes the NView, it's pretty impressive to see that the majority of them secure the position after only 1 and 2nd time the attempt for that particular position, as opposed to the previous cohort in 2022 that undergoes the Viva process. We can see that they a bit struggle. I mean, they have to apply many times before they can actually secure the position, right? And then we also ask question whether or not they agree with the fact that we can use NView as examination instead of Viva. And we had a support from the students that majority of them agree that NView should be used as exit point of examination, right? And then we also ask question, how is the influence of NView in terms of securing the employment? And we found that quite impressive that more than 90% of them thinks that NView has been very helpful and extremely helpful in securing the employment, right? So that is on the hard outcome. We also look into certain aspects such as the perceived benefit of the mock interview based on the validated questionnaire. We received pretty good score out of 5. On average, we have received 4.5 on all of these segments. And we also look into the student experience. So the student have to do self-reflection analysis, in which we did a thematic analysis, yeah. And we found that why they like NView so much is because of the constructive feedback that they actually get. In fact, some students highlighted that they really appreciate the announcement of candidate because the successful candidate, because they can learn from that, yeah. And also, some of them were very inspired because they were interviewed by main stakeholders and managed to do networking. And in fact, some of them getting employed straight away after the interview, right? And more importantly, they like the fact that this process is very systematic and the guidance that we provide to them. Okay, so this is the example of the
So I'd like to talk about the
self-reflection
second
analysis.
topic. To me personally, the mock intervention was rather
And I'll
helpful.
just like to come into the conclusions. 4 things. Yeah, NView is authentic, it's cost-effective, yeah, it's replicable and practical, and more importantly, it will be able to enhance the employability prospect. So moving from here, moving forward, is that we have to test this aspect on other healthcare profession as well, whether we can actually see the replicability of this situation and whether it can enhance the job prospect of the candidates or our students, right? With that, thank you very much.
I just would like to know, the job advertisement, are they based on real jobs, or is this something that you know get samples from outside and then based on that the student prepare? How is it?
Okay, very good. Actually, we did a consultation with the stakeholder that were actually job recruiters themselves, right? So the job description that they provide to us was the actual job. And in fact, concurrently, some of the stakeholders were also recruiting some people during that particular time. Yeah. So we actually use that criteria, use that description, the actual one, and advertise to the student. Right.
So you have your own portal to do the advertising. It's not like they go to all these job search portal and
No,
real
no.
like,
Yeah. we don't do that as yet, but we're talking about authenticity.
Because I'm trying to give a link on how then they eventually get employed. Is part of the interviewer, are they people from hiring companies, or how is it?
Yeah, because some of the stakeholders and all the stakeholders that we invited as part of the panel of interviewers were the hirer themselves. Yeah. So by doing that, they already see the potential candidate, even though this was mock. But at the end of the day, because we had 2 students actually employed straight away after the mock interview process by the company. So I think that will help in terms of visibility of our student also.
It's like a backdoor almost for these students to be, I guess, for their talent to be noticed by the potential employer.
Yes, yes, sir.
So thank you for the presentation.
Okay.
Okay. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Profesor Madia Dr. Zulkifli Azwar Badau atas keterangan tadi yang pertama. Seterusnya kita akan saksikan pernyataan daripada Sains Komputer dan Teknologi Maklumat yang akan disampaikan oleh Dr. Nur Alifah Roslani. Jadi sudah bersedia boleh mulakan.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning to the judges and all friends. Okay, I'm representing from Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, and we are excited to showcase our innovation, the role-based matching system on cloud service for identifying best suitable engagement in community service learning. Okay, so I'm Nur Alifah Ruslan, and this is the team members led by Associate Professor Technology Dr. Masa. Okay. So I believe that all of you have done the what we can say as service learning course. Community service training, sorry. We have done the community service training. Examples of community service learning is such as Sulam, or even though we can create our own course and make a community service learning with our student and for the community. But the problem is in designing the project or the program itself, where it is time consuming. If we can see the traditional process, we will start by guessing or choosing the community that is suited for the courses, and then we contact the chosen community and wait for the reply. The duration for the community service is only 40 weeks, okay? And these steps are time consuming, as if we wait for the reply and waiting for the community response. As if the community is responding negatively, we have to start over again, and that takes more time. And if yes, we are designing the activity, execute, and assessing the impact. However, there's a problem as if the community is not matched or not suited with our student or learning outcome. Okay, and it will risk a choosing wrong community that resulting a low impact in our community service learning project. Therefore, and also, not every of our course is suited to be taught to every community. Okay, and each community have their own characteristic that we have to choose right to suit with our learning outcome. And there is a lack of automated system that can give suitable respondent or suggestion which is the best community to select for our community service learning. The inspiration of our innovation is based on relationship sites, which the sites will match the two parties, and mostly the matches is involving people, but our system will matching the university courses and the community service for ensuring the better community activities to design and to be executed. So it is a cloud-based system with a rules algorithm that can determine which each pair of the community or the course is compatible, and each match has a rationale that explains why the results occur. And we host our cloud service using Hostinger as a web hosting, which means that lecturers can access this system anywhere and anytime as long as we have the internet. Okay, and we provide the academics with the ideas for narrowing the community scope and on which to design community service learning activity. And the success probability for the CSL project will be more meaningful, and it will give a high impact for the course and also the community where they are well matched. Okay, this is the engine and the back end of the system. Okay, with the algorithm. Okay, this is the rule algorithm. This is how the system works, where we have the course element, the course outcome. The criteria is course outcome, class size, and student specification. And the community element will be community area, population, time, and community needs. This will be explained more in the demonstration afterwards. As we put all the criteria, if the result is suitable, we get the recommendation, community recommendation. For example, for this example, the recommendation community is elementary and high school or kindergarten. So we straightly can approach these two communities in a way. And if it's not suitable, it suggests for the suggestion for the improvement, which community that suit with our course that we are already selected, and this system tell why it's not suitable. Same goes to the not recommended. So the advantage of our system is time saving, reduce the unmatched risk, and it will foster meaningful engagement and wide-ranging contribution. And with the help of cloud computing, it's easily accessible everywhere. We still have the future works where will increasing the future works will be increase the number of suggestions and open for further development. Okay. This is the testimony from the higher education ministry. We have their response towards our system. Okay, we have the representative from the Academic Excellence Division, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education has reviewed and assessed this project. This is the feedback of the user interface. Okay, from our respondent, Prof. Dr. Shamala K. Subramaniam, and our faculty members. Okay, right off the user. And let's see the testimony.
Biasanya bila kita nak buat satu program community, kita akan hadapi cabaran, terutamanya nak menentukan sasaran komuniti supaya ianya bertepatan dan relevan dengan objektif yang telah kita tetapkan. Jadi saya nampak sistem ini dapat membantu untuk mengatasi masalah tersebut.
Profesor Rohaya Latif, Permata Presiden.
Sistem ini sangat menjimatkan masa saya dalam membangunkan program bersama komuniti. features cadangan membantu saya mencari komuniti yang lebih tepat untuk bekerjasama.
This one is from Dr. Hizmawati Maksin, Deputy Director of Students and Student Development Center UKN.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Dr. Hizmawati Maksin, Deputy Director of Curriculum and Student Development Center. So I have using the Hey Match system. It's very good, easy to use. Thank you.
This one is from Associate Professor Dr. Kejuruteraan, our senior lecturer from Tempat. Computer Science.
Sistem ini sangat menjimatkan masa saya dalam membangunkan program bersama komuniti. Sebagai contoh, feature cadangan sangat membantu saya memilih komuniti yang tepat.
Last but not least is Dr. Lokman bin Hasan.
Bagi saya, sistem ini sangat senang digunakan dan terus terang saya katakan it is a good initiative.
Seterusnya saya teruskan dengan demonstrasi sistem yang telah kami rekodkan.
Hi, I'm Sabrina from University Putra, Malaysia. I'd like to introduce Hey Match, a cloud-based matching system between courses in higher education institution and community for better engagement. Let's get into it. So I guess the obvious question is, what is Hey Match? Well, Hey Match is a suitability matching system for higher institution courses and community service for designing better community activities. It is basically a matching system. Its users are university lecturers who would like to conduct community service activities with their class. For example, a Python programming class would like to conduct a Python workshop for a group of high school students. Thus, Hey Match will ask the lecturers to enter their course details and community service details. Hey Match will then measure the suitability of the course with the community service activity. The inspiration for the system came from dating sites. These sites match the two parties with the highest number of preferences with each other. But instead of matching people, as interesting as that is, we are matching university courses and the community service for ensuring better community activities can be designed and executed. I have experienced a community service that wasn't effective. I was involved in a theatre class, and for our community service, we had to give theatre lessons to Indigenous children. Suffice to say, they weren't all interested, and truth be told, it wasn't a pleasant experience for both parties. Thus, the goal behind the system is to create a better planning of community service activities where university lecturers find a match for their course and community details through the system and get remarks. This system aims to identify either the community service that they are planning to engage is suitable or not to be conducted by the students of the course. Now that Hey Match is introduced, now it's time for the demonstration.
The condition is not adjusted. This is you can scan the QR code to see the real system already alive in the internet. Thank you.
Thank you, Noor Alifa, for your presentation. I just actually look into your app. Maybe I'll look into it later. I have question on it's a good product. I can see its potential, but what is your plan do you have any plans to commercialize this?
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Thank you for that question. Basically, we did apply for copyright and it's copyright pending. And one of the suggestions from the panel is to commercialize it. So yes, the answer is yes. We would like to expand more this system since it's very high potential. We can make, because this is only a small features that we try to make. So there is more of potential that we can enhance from this system, make it more smart and more intelligent.
What are the features that you think that people would pay for in order to use this app? I know like certain information could be very important. What are those information that you think that people would pay?
Okay, so I think this system is more for us as a lecturer to use. Okay, so the features that I think more help for the lecturers is the more details of information about the suggestion of the community. As you can see previously, it just suggests the type of community. Maybe later on we can enhance it by make it more details on the characteristic of the community stuff.
Okay, thank you. Terima kasih kepada Noor Alifa bersama kepada saya komputer yang tadi sudah buat tadi. Di selepas ini kita akan menyaksikan pengutangan bagi kuliah yang ketiga daripada Fakulti Sains Pertanian dan Penghutanan UPM Campus Kejuruteraan Sarawak yang datang pada hari ini. So kita ucapkan selamat datang kepada Dr. Hamisa Kamila Abdul Razak. Atau membentangkan inovasi dari Fakulti selepas selesai sebab ini. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizer for helping the program today. My name is Harisa Kamila Abdul from Fakulti of Agriculture and Forestry, University Putra Malaysia, Bintulu Sarawak campus. Today, I'm going to present to everyone regarding subject-oriented journal meeting-based internet archive for students enhanced learning. Before we proceed further, let's watch this video.
Hi, I'm Harishi, a first-year university student. I'm super excited to begin my dream university life. How tough can university life get, right? Right? What if we incorporate subject-oriented journal meetings into our study? Hi, I'm Harishi, a first-year university student. I'm super excited to begin my dream university life. How tough can university life get, right? Subject-oriented journal meetings is a game changer for improving my study routine. So, why not give them a shot and unlock your full academic potential?
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the usual scenarios our student nowadays. Come to class, attend the lecture, make notes, and face the exam. So, because of that, I propose subject-oriented journal meeting. Why we want to proceed with this? This is a solution for the challenge of knowledge accessibility, because currently it's not easy for us to get journal from the publisher if the university not paying in, etc. So because of that, we want to accumulate journal in one system and develop an internal archives. Next, limited exposure to real case studies. So when the student comes to class, attend the class, he just learn from the textbook or the theory of the subject. However, by incorporating the journals, the student will realize the real issues in the industry's research, etc. And lastly, rigid understanding of textbook-oriented learning. From here, the student will see the real scenarios. The subject-oriented journal meeting consists of collaborative approach, which it brings students together, discuss, and analyze topics in a dynamic group setting. Next, structured discussion, which is provide a framework for in-depth conversations, encouraging critical thinking and knowledge sharing. And lastly, active participation from the student via the collection of the journals. Here I'm showing you, in our class, this is the step. Firstly, it involves the guidance of instructor. So the instructors will guide the students via the Google Scholars, ResearchGate, or the tokens of the reviewer hubs. Then the group of students will select the journals. When they select the journal, they will sit and discuss among them. And the journals will be accumulated in the Google Drive together with the summarized slides. After some time of discussion, the student will sit together and proceed for presentation. By this way, SEL, student-centered learning, will be applied, which the student will present to everyone, and also there will be discussion of questions and answers. At the same time also, the instructor can provide the rubric for the assessment of the presentation. However, continual improvement also need to be done to evaluate the system from time to time. These are the examples of successful implementation which can apply this method in science curricula, English literature, computer science, visual art. As you can see, the Internet Archive students can explore scientific concepts, conduct experiments, and share their findings with each other. Why Internet Archives are important for student learning? It captures institutional knowledge, which provides students with a wealth of institutional knowledge that they may not encounter in textbook. For instance, textbook, maybe there will be no experiments, just theory. However, in journals, there are. This knowledge can include past research, studies, and best practice. As we know, journal is published every year. And next, encourage critical thinking. Access to Internet Archive encourages students to think critically about the information they encounter. It also allows for a nuanced and contextualized understanding of the subject matter. When the students get the journals, they will start to think critically what happened in the theory of their study. And lastly, enhance the learning outcome. By providing students with access to Internet Archive, they can learn more effectively and efficiently because it involves the discussion among them. We did assessment to the students after the program. So it shows that there is an improvement in terms of the problem solving, communication skills, critical thinking, and the students eager to share the program with their friends and they would like to attend the program again. The benefits of journal meeting based Internet Archive, it is easily accessible, which it is the student can access archive and materials anytime, enabling them to review discussion and reinforce learning. Next is improved comprehension, which archive allows students to better comprehend complex topics by providing them with focused information and context. And lastly, collaborative learning, which the students discuss with each other and they also not hesitate to discuss with their academician. From there, we propose to develop an app which is known as Journal Mate. So the Journal Mate will gather all the information and the journals in one system. And then after that, it will be divided into 3 department sectors: agriculture, fisheries, and animals, and also for forestry. Next, these journals can be accessed by internal faculty members, which when they want to look for the journals. Hence, it's not only applicable for the students, it is also applicable for the academicians and also researchers. This is the QR code. The challenge, it could be challenge in everything, right? So one of it is technical issue. To overcome this is we have to ensure a reliable online platform and address any technological challenges that may interrupt the system. Next, the student participation. The instructor should encourage the application of the system in the class, and etc. And lastly, information overload. By having the apps, we can organize the information into different divisions and it will ease the user. With that, subject-oriented journal meeting with Internet Archive has immense potential to transform student learning. And with the research and development, such as the innovation of the apps, can lead to even more innovative implementations. With that, thank you.
I have a question on how would you see your product as different from entity? How would you see your product as different from entity, which is you can use journals and you can create groups, share. How would yours be different?
Okay, this is from the internal archive. It cannot be used by random people. It need to be just within the group. That means, for instance, my faculty. That is one. And then the difference is that it is based on different division. We have agriculture, And then after that, we have forestry and also fisheries. So when the discussion among the students happen, we accumulate the journal and directly put into the division. So by that way, when the student want to do some revision, because question can be achieved from here also, can be extracted from here also. So the student can directly go to their department, agriculture, and to their course, and then they can just find from the Google of that, find that from there, what is the journal that they want. So there's a different with Mendeley, which is in public. But for this one, it is centralized, which can be shared among their friends, colleagues.
Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation and well done on the journal development. You mentioned about your initial problem is because of the university current databases is actually limited. So how can this be addressed by having this app? So can you maybe elaborate more on that?
So the issue with the journal nowadays, when we go to the Elsevier and we want some journals that is up to date or related to our field and our studies, found out this journal have to be purchased by the university. So I think recent years and our current economic situation, some of the publisher is not being purchased by the university. So by our own group internally, and we make this and we accumulate it inside the apps. If we use Google Drive alone, it may include privacy setting, and maybe that we are not really preferring to share our Google Drive with even our colleagues, but not all of the colleagues, right? So by having these apps, then this app will be supporting the internal sharing.
I have another question. Is your app has this function where we can discuss directly about the journal in the app?
Yes, we can. It's a good execution.
And what else can they do with the app? With the existing journal that has been accumulated internally, what else can they do for learning with the app?
That is the difference. The difference is that we have the summarized slide. We have the summarized slides that is being created by the students. So the summarized slides also will be in the apps. So when they see this journal, they can click on the summarized slide as well. That can be the first glance for the students, and also it will help others as well. That's a different again for the Mendeley and these apps. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Dr. Saya daripada saya Sultana dan Kemudanan UPM Kampus Ibudu atas rekomendasi kita akan meneruskan pemutaran dengan peserta daripada Fakulti Ekonomi Malaysia. Yang kami menjemput GS Dr. Muhammad Mujahid Hassan untuk memberikan inovasi berkenaan game-based learning.
Okay, actually my presentation is today's video recording. Okay, for my presentation, I will play the video that I have been set for 20 minutes. So enjoy the video.
Unleash your knowledge in an epic game of learning. Game-based learning, GBL, by geospatialist technologist Dr. Muhammad Mujahid Hassan from Faculty of Human Ecology, University Putra, Malaysia. What is game-based learning, GBL? A GBL environment achieves this through educational games that have elements such as engagement, immediate rewards and healthy competition. Also that while students play, they stay motivated to learn. The great thing about game-based learning is everyone can reap its benefits. From preschool all the way up to post-secondary education and beyond. Where and how doesn't matter, either, students can learn. with online games, in person with physical objects, independently or as part of a team, innovative pedagogies for resilient education. Nurturing Tomorrow's Mind fully embraces the concept of game-based learning, GBL, as a dynamic and inclusive approach that aligns perfectly with our vision of fostering adaptable and empowered learners. GBL introduces engaging educational games with elements such as immediate rewards, healthy competition, and high levels of engagement. These elements are strategically designed to keep students motivated and excited about the learning process. GBL has proven to be a game changer in education by making learning an engaging and motivating experience. Within the framework of innovative pedagogies for resilient education, we recognize that engaged and motivated learners are more likely to excel academically and develop a love for lifelong learning. GBL accomplishes this by seamlessly blending the excitement of gameplay with educational content, creating an environment where students eagerly participate and remain focused on their learning objectives. What makes GBL particularly powerful is its inclusivity. It offers benefits that span the entire spectrum of education, from preschool to post-secondary and beyond. This inclusivity aligns perfectly with our commitment to providing resilient education opportunities for learners at all levels. Whether students are engaging with online games, utilizing physical objects in traditional settings, or exploring educational games independently or as part of a collaborative team, the GBL approach ensures that everyone can access and benefit from this innovative learning methodology. Innovative Pedagogies for Resilient Education acknowledges the importance of adaptability in today's ever-changing educational landscape. GBL can seamlessly integrate into various learning environments, whether they are physical classrooms, online platforms, or independent study settings. This adaptability reinforces our commitment to providing resilient education that meets learners where they are and empowers them to succeed in diverse contexts. In summary, game-based learning is a powerful educational tool that resonates deeply with innovative pedagogies for resilient education. Nurturing Tomorrow's Mind, it aligns perfectly with our mission to create engaging, inclusive, and adaptable learning experiences that motivate students to excel. GBL's versatility and ability to cater to learners of all ages and preferences make it a compelling addition to our approach to education, ensuring that everyone can reap its benefits on their journey to becoming resilient, empowered, and future-ready individuals. Traditional teaching and learning methods have been criticized for several reasons, and one of the key factors contributing to their perceived boring nature is the lack of engagement and relevance for students. Here are some common problems associated with traditional teaching and learning. Passive learning. Traditional teaching often relies heavily on lectures and passive absorption of information by students. This one-way communication can be monotonous and uninspiring, leading to disengagement. Lack of interaction. In traditional classrooms, students often have limited opportunities for interaction and active participation. This lack of engagement can make the learning experience uninteresting. Rote memorization. Some traditional methods prioritize rote memorization of facts and formulas over critical thinking, problem solving, and understanding the underlying concepts. This can make learning seem tedious and irrelevant. Fixed curriculum. Traditional education systems often follow rigid and standardized curricula that may not cater to the diverse interests and learning styles of individual students. This can result in boredom when students are not personally invested in the material. Technology gap. Traditional teaching methods may not make effective use of technology and digital resources, which can be more engaging and interactive for modern students who are accustomed to technology in their daily lives. Assessment focus. Excessive emphasis on exams and grades can create a pressure-filled learning environment that is more focused on performance than on actual understanding and enjoyment of the subject matter. Relevance and practicality. Students may struggle to see the real-world relevance of what they are learning in traditional classrooms, leading to a lack of motivation and interest. Lack of personalization. Traditional classrooms often treat all students as a homogeneous group, neglecting individual learning preferences and pace. This can result in disengagement for those who learn differently. To make teaching and learning more engaging and less boring, educators have been exploring alternative methods and strategies such as active learning, project-based learning, flipped classrooms, and the integration of technology. These approaches aim to foster greater student engagement, critical thinking, and real-world application of knowledge, ultimately making the learning experience more enjoyable and meaningful for students. As for today, I am focusing on game-based learning. The objective of this approach is to encourage players to think critically and assess the accuracy of statements, promoting cognitive skills. Players learn new facts and information as they engage with various statements of questions. It offers an interactive and engaging way to learn, making education enjoyable and memorable. The value added of this approach is to provide an interactive learning experience that goes beyond passive reading or listening, enhances critical thinking, decision-making, and analytical skills, increases motivation to learn by introducing an element of competition and fun into the learning process, can be customized to align with specific educational standards or curriculum requirements. The usefulness of this approach is it serves as a supplementary tool to reinforce classroom lessons and make learning more enjoyable. Teachers can use the game to assess students' understanding of specific topics or concepts, suitable for both formal and informal learning environments, including classrooms, family gatherings, or self-study, can be adapted for learners with different abilities and learning styles, promoting inclusivity. Commercialization potential. These board games can be played by anyone, especially students. This board game can be commercialized in the market for 40 ringgit and up to 100 ringgit per box. Developing mobile apps or web-based platforms that offer a digital version of the game with additional features and content can be sets tailored to various educational levels or specific subjects. Game-based learning in the classroom offers several benefits that can enhance the educational experience for students. Here are some of the key advantages. Increased engagement. Games are inherently engaging and can capture students' interest and motivation. They make learning fun and enjoyable, which can lead to improved participation and focus in the classroom. Active learning. Games require students to actively participate, solve problems, make decisions, and think critically. This active involvement promotes deeper understanding and retention of the material. Immediate feedback. Many educational games provide instant feedback on students' performance. This allows students to learn from their mistakes in real time, helping them to improve and progress more efficiently. Personalized learning. Games can be designed to adapt to individual learning levels and needs. This personalization ensures that students receive the appropriate level of challenge, making learning more effective. Collaboration. Some games involve teamwork and collaboration among students. This fosters communication skills, cooperation, and the ability to work effectively in groups. Intrinsic motivation. Games tap into intrinsic motivation, where students are driven to learn because they find the activity inherently rewarding, rather than just for external rewards like grades. Retention and memory. The interactive and experiential nature of games can enhance memory retention. Concepts learned through games are often more memorable than those learned through passive methods. Safe environment for risk-taking. Games provide a safe space for students to take risks and make mistakes without fear of real-world consequences. This encourages experimentation and learning from failure. Long-term interest. Games can cultivate a long-term interest in a subject. Students who find learning enjoyable through games may be more likely to pursue further study in related fields. 21st century skills. Educational games often incorporate skills such as digital literacy, problem solving, creativity, and adaptability, which are essential in the modern world. While game-based learning offers numerous benefits, it's important to note that not all games are equally effective, and their implementation should be thoughtful and aligned with educational goals. Additionally, a balance between game-based learning and other instructional methods is often necessary to ensure a well-rounded education. Considerations for implementation. Selecting appropriate games. Choose games that align with the learning objectives and age group of your students. Ensure that the content and mechanics of the game support the educational goals. Provide clear instructions. Begin with clear and concise instructions on how to play the game, including rules, objectives, and any specific learning outcomes you want to achieve. Supervision and facilitation, depending on the age and familiarity of your students with the game. You may need to supervise and facilitate the initial rounds to ensure everyone understands the rules and educational aspects. Debriefing, after playing the game. Facilitate a debriefing session to discuss what students learned, how the game related to the subject matter, and any insights gained during gameplay. Integration with curriculum. Incorporate board games and card games into your curriculum where they align with specific lessons or topics. This ensures that the games serve an educational purpose. Assessment. Consider how you will assess the learning outcomes achieved through the games. This could involve quizzes, discussions, written reflections, or other forms of assessment. Accessibility and resources. Ensure that you have access to the necessary board games or card games and that they are age appropriate and accessible to all students. Variety. Incorporate a variety of games over time to keep the learning experience fresh and engaging. Customization. Don't hesitate to customize games to better suit your educational needs. You can create your own educational card games or modify existing ones. Feedback. Encourage students to provide feedback on their gaming experiences, allowing you to continuously refine the use of games in your teaching. In conclusion, game-based learning through board games and card games can be a practical and engaging approach to education. By carefully selecting and integrating these games into your curriculum and providing appropriate support and feedback, you can create valuable learning experiences for your students. Game-based learning through board games and card games can be practical and relatively easy to implement in various educational settings. Here are some key advantages and considerations for using board games and card games for learning, along with tips for easy implementation. Engagement. Board games and card games are inherently interactive and engaging, making them an effective tool for capturing learners' attention and motivating active participation. Hands-on learning. These games provide a hands-on learning experience, allowing students to physically manipulate game components, collaborate with peers, and apply theoretical concepts to practical situations. Multisensory learning. They engage multiple senses, such as touch, sight, and sometimes even hearing, through discussions and group dynamics, which can enhance memory retention and understanding. Social interaction. Board games and card games encourage social interaction and communication, fostering teamwork, negotiation, and problem-solving skills. Adaptability. Many existing board games and card games can be adapted or modified to suit specific educational objectives, making them versatile teaching tools. Game-based learning through board games and card games has significant potential for commercialization, as it combines educational value with entertainment. Here are some reasons why it can be a commercially viable endeavor. Growing demand for educational products. There is a continuous demand for innovative educational products that engage students and promote active learning. Board games and card games offer a unique and enjoyable way to deliver educational content. Diverse target audience. Educational games can be designed for various age groups and educational levels. From preschoolers to adults. This diversity in the target audience allows for a wide range of market opportunities. Applicability to multiple subjects. Board games and card games can be developed for a wide range of subjects, including science, mathematics, history, languages, and more. This versatility allows developers to cater to different educational needs. Educational institutions, schools, colleges, and universities are potential customers for educational games. Institutions may purchase licenses or sets of games for classroom use, making it a commercially viable market. EdTech market growth. The educational technology, EdTech, market has been steadily growing, and educational games are a part of this industry. Investors and venture capitalists are interested in innovative EdTech solutions. Digital adaptations. Developers can create digital adaptations of board games and card games, making them accessible through smartphones, tablets, and computers. This expands the potential market reach. International markets. Board games and card games with educational value can be localized for different countries and cultures, tapping into global markets. Partnerships and collaborations. Collaborations with educational institutions, publishers, or EdTech companies can help in marketing and distribution. Continuous innovation. game developers can continuously innovate by incorporating new technologies, such as augmented reality, AR, and virtual reality, VR, to enhance gameplay and educational experiences. Positive impact on learning outcomes. Research studies that demonstrate the effectiveness of educational games in improving learning outcomes can support marketing efforts and encourage adoption in schools and other educational settings. To successfully commercialize educational board games and card games, developers should consider factors such as game quality, educational alignment, marketing strategies, and distribution channels. Additionally, keeping abreast of educational trends and continuously seeking feedback from educators and students can help in creating compelling and effective products. This is the feedback from students on game-based learning. There are 5 criteria measured, which are engagement, enjoyment, learning effectiveness, usefulness in real-world application, and recommendation. There is positive feedback from students. Implementing game-based learning in educational institutions can have several implications for students, courses, faculty, and the university as a whole. These implications can vary depending on the specific context and the extent to which game-based learning is integrated into the educational process. Here are some of the potential implications. For students, increased engagement. Game-based learning can make learning more engaging and enjoyable for students, leading to higher levels of motivation and participation in class. Improved learning outcomes. Students may experience improved retention of information and a deeper understanding of concepts due to the active and experiential nature of games. Enhanced problem-solving skills. Game-based learning often involves solving complex problems and making decisions, which can help students develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills. Collaboration skills. Many educational games involve teamwork, encouraging students to collaborate and communicate effectively with their peers. Digital literacy. Students gain experience with technology and digital tools, which are essential skills in today's world. Intrinsic motivation. Game-based learning taps into intrinsic motivation, fostering a love for learning and encouraging students to take ownership of their education. Personalization. Games can adapt to individual learning needs, providing a personalized learning experience for students. For courses, curriculum enhancement. Game-based learning can enhance existing courses by providing interactive and experiential elements that reinforce course content. Cross-curricular integration. Games can integrate multiple subjects and skills, promoting cross-curricular learning and a holistic understanding of topics. Assessment innovation. Games can be used for formative and summative assessments, offering alternative ways to evaluate student performance. Flexibility. Game-based learning can be flexible and adaptable, allowing instructors to tailor learning experiences to meet specific course objectives and student needs. For faculty, professional development. Faculty may need training and professional development opportunities to effectively integrate game-based learning into their teaching methods. New roles. Faculty may take on new roles as facilitators and guides rather than traditional lecturers, guiding students through game-based experiences. Assessment challenges. Faculty may face challenges in assessing student performance in game-based learning environments and may need to explore new assessment strategies. For the university, research opportunities. Universities can explore research opportunities related to the effectiveness of game-based learning and its impact on student outcomes. Competitive advantage. Universities that embrace innovative teaching methods like game-based learning may have a competitive advantage in attracting students and faculty. Alignment with educational goals. Game-based learning initiatives should align with the university's educational goals and mission to ensure coherence in the curriculum. The example of game-based learning. Interactive learning of Sustainable Development Goals 17, SDG 17, from board games. Knowledge Climbers, the Snake and Ladder Quest for Learning. Veracity Voyage, the True or False Card Challenge. Brain Quiz, the ultimate question and answer challenge. Thank you.
Yes.
I have a good display of games, like our tables here, artifacts. But I want to know exactly how is the game being played. Like I've been trying to look and trying to find how
Unleash your knowledge.
not at the end of the day, how is it linked to it? It's a game, but how what lesson I'm trying to the clues for all what you give it here. But my question would be, what would be the unique selling point of the game that you have done here?
Okay, the first thing is about this game is about game ni adalah based on my class because I've been teaching urban development and sustainable development classes. So all the games is related to sustainable development goal and urban developments and social demographics games. So basically, after I'm teaching my topic to the students, towards the end of the class, before tests or before the examinations, I will ask my students to play this game in the class, just for a revision, actually. So the second thing is, unique about this game is we can play offline. For example, usually people will play it online, right? So this one you can play offline. And second thing is this one is more to what you call it, some sort of interaction between two individuals. If you play online, actually you are not interact with other people, right? So this one is you interact with people with more some sort of gesture, feelings, emotions. So that is the uniqueness of this game. This game actually added from previous epic games like Monopoly for sustainable development goal, and then Snake and Ladder. I just add in the do you know there's some knowledge in it. So actually it's very interesting for students to play.
But which game?
Okay, for the one actually the level is the same I have 4 games, right? The 4 games is have the same level of knowledge level. We need to say that each games that are different. For example, true or false, this one. This one is simple games, which is for example, this is my what do you call that? students. And I'm a student and she is students, and then we compete to each other. For example, this is time for her to answer. I pick the card, I read, okay. True or false consensus registration of vital event sample survey and ad hoc demographic studies are all process of demographic data. Is it true or false? And she will answer, is it true? False. Okay, actually the answer is true. So I will give the answer. True, these are indeed major source of demographic data. I give the justification here. So while playing that, the student will have the knowledge about this card. Actually, this card is really from my lecture notes. So, second thing is this one, IQ test, and do you know, it's actually from Snake and Ladder, this one. Okay, as I mentioned just now, I will play this after my, for example, this one is for topic 1 to 7, week 1 to 7. So after week 1 to 7, I will play this game. Okay, so after the final, before the exam, we will play this one, SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, because that one is more interesting. And then the level, actually the same level, only that topic is between week 8 to week 14. That's the difference. Yes. Or how it's different from the game. Usually when I'm teaching in class, I'm teaching the way of storytelling. I will do a storytelling to my students. And then at the same time, I will make sure that whatever I taught in class, I will make sure every info here is delivered to my students. Meaning that for example, this is my slide. I'm presenting topic 2, for example. It's about this card. Half of this card. Okay? At the same time, when I'm teaching the student, I also bring this card to me. Meaning that, okay, I'll tell them, do you know something like this? I read this card actually. Okay? And then towards the end, I will know my student whether they're listening to me during the class and play this game.
Maybe my suggestion first, maybe.
Okay.
I think it would be best if you can integrate. Now the way I understand it is that it is a separated activity from your lecture activity. It seems like this is used for formative.
Yeah, this one is more to revisions.
Yeah, so I would highly suggest for you to integrate this in your day-to-day teaching and learning until week 14. So not to wait until week 14, then some of the games will be played, or not only to wait until week 7, some of the games will be played. I think it will be more interesting that if they, you didn't do your lecture, but they have to play this game first, and I don't know, something else, and then the way design your day-to-day teaching is based on your game.
To answer that is, this is part of my teaching methods. During the teaching, I have several methods. For example, for the lecture, I will give my lecture using the storytelling. That because what I come here today is basically to explain about game-based learning, part of it. So if you are trying to know week 1 to week 14, actually I'm using the different method. For example, I'm using the storytelling for my first class, the first topic, which is mengikut kesesuaian topic. So this one, why I play this one before week 7 or before week 14? Because normally in UPM, my class, the test is on week 7. So the week 6, I will do these revisions to all my students. We will play this card for to refresh the memories of the students.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see why the reason why you have this for revision purposes. Yeah. So that's why my proposal is that we integrate that maybe a little bit of it in some of the day-to-day teaching activities, and not only do it until week 7 and week 14 down. Maybe you have other methods as well, because I think it will be, you know, you do a lot of effort, but then you only use that, especially week 7 and week 8. My question is that, in your impact writing, you wrote about the game can develop digital literacy.
Yes.
So how can you please elaborate?
Actually, this game we can develop towards to what you call that, some sort of digital card. Meaning that, for example, this is traditional kind of game, right? Card game. If we want to commercialize this, or maybe you want to viral this thing, you can adapt this card like this to be a digital. Nowadays, there's a lot of game that digital game, right?
So currently, it is not actually
Yes,
promoting
no,
digital
yes,
literacy.
yes.
So in the future,
Yes,
you can
yes.
promote it.
Correct.
Yeah, and other issues, I think, and so that could be better. Just that maybe like to talk about, like, for example, the game can promote intrinsic motivation and promote critical thinking and promote promote digital literacy. It's best that, you know, when you make this game, it is measured. It is being measured, and we have a proof that it has been measured. I think that's
Yeah.
Dan ini atas kemenangan tadi. Seterusnya kita akan menjemput fakulti pembelajaran daripada Fakulti Pengajaran Pendidikan. Itulah yang akan diketuai oleh Dr. Nurzatul Shimah Amalan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi semua. Pertama sekali saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada pihak yang menjemput saya untuk membentang pada hari ini. Saya dari Melaka ni. Ada bengkel dengan kementerian di Melaka. InsyaAllah saya cuba yang terbaik. Okey, untuk inovasi pengajaran, saya merupakan pensyarah kaedah mengajar. Saya mengajar kaedah fizik, kaedah biologi, kaedah sains, kaedah kimia. Okey, tapi bidang saya sebenarnya adalah fizik, pendidikan fizik. Tapi kaedah mengajar tu kita sedarakan bersesuaian dengan subjek yang mereka ajar. Jadi program Carnival STEM ni merupakan program yang dibuat pada minggu ke-12 semester lepas, maknanya awal tahun ni. Semester lagi satu. Dan dia merupakan hasil daripada asalnya tugasan pelajar di dalam kelas, tetapi saya minta mereka bentang di Carnival. Okay, kerana nak mematuhi beberapa hasil pembelajaran. Sebelum tu, saya kenalkan diri saya Nurzatul Shimah Damarudin dan beberapa ahli yang hadir pada hari ini, Puan Nurul, Cik Rahayu dan Cik Aksana. Okay, jadi sebelum saya teruskan pertengahan, saya ingin kongsikan video sepanjang Carnival itu dilaksanakan. kasih. Jadi saya ingin membentangkan tentang program CADe-Lead STEM, pembangunan kemahiran interaksi dan tingkah laku profesional bakal guru STEM melalui aktiviti pembelajaran inovatif. Jadi untuk makluman para juri dan semua yang hadir pada hari ini, saya merupakan salah seorang panel STEM dan untuk pengajaran saya, walaupun dia merupakan fokus kepada fizik, kimia, bio dan sebagainya, tetapi saya masih memberi peluang dan mendedahkan kepada pelajar-pelajar tu berkaitan dengan inisiatif pengukuhan STEM. Jadi ini daripada Kementerian Pendidikan. Jadi saya fokus kepada bagaimana kita nak memastikan bakal guru STEM, iaitu fizik, cikgu-cikgu yang buat CADe-Lead ni adalah bakal fizik, kimia, bio dan sains. Jadi saya nak dedahkan mereka kepada bagaimana nak menjadi guru sains yang baik dan masukkan unsur pendidikan STEM di mana dia merupakan satu inisiatif pendidikan kita. Jadi bila saya buat CADe-Lead dia ini merupakan salah satu daripada pembelajaran bersepadu STEM yang dilakukan secara bukan formal, iaitu CADe-Lead STEM. Boleh? Kemudian juga saya ada slide tapi sebelum tu mungkin yang sebelum tu, poster yang sebelum tu. Dalam kaedah mengajar, learning objective, learning objective ni ada 3 dan saya fokuskan kepada 2. Yang pertama adalah menunjukkan kemahiran penyampaian yang bersesuaian dalam pengajaran dan yang ketiga adalah mempamerkan tingkah laku profesional terbaik. Jadi ini adalah LO untuk khusus kaedah mengajar. Kemudian saya juga refer kepada kerangka standard guru Malaysia yang baru saja di upgrade. Sebelum ni ada 1.0, yang 2.0 ni baru dilancarkan hujung tahun lepas. Jadi saya juga meneliti apakah dia standard guru Malaysia. Bermakna dalam kelas saya ni memang semua bakal guru. Jadi saya berpandukan standard guru Malaysia ni, macam mana saya nak create mereka, nak bentuk mereka supaya mereka ni boleh menjadi bakal guru yang dapat mengajar dan bukan saja bertanggungjawab terhadap bukan saja bertanggungjawab terhadap profesion, tetapi juga bertanggungjawab terhadap murid, terhadap ibu bapa dan terhadap masyarakat dan negara. That's why bila saya buat assignment ni, saya dapati bahawa saya juga kena fokus kepada objektif ini. Bermakna kalau pelajar bentang dalam kelas saja, hanya kawan-kawan mereka saja yang tahu dan mereka memang tahu pasal fizik. Mereka dah tahu tentang kimia, mereka dah tahu apa dia konsep tu. Jadi saya ambil standard guru Malaysia ni, ada keperluan untuk mendedahkan kepada masyarakat. Jadi saya buat CADe-Lead ni dengan inisiatif, dengan idea bahawa saya nak bakal-bakal guru ni bagi tahu tentang fizik, kimia, bio ni kepada orang luar. Orang luar. Dan saya tidak minta mereka mengajar, tetapi mereka buat sesuatu, create sesuatu yang berkaitan dengan konsep yang mereka ada dalam konten silibus, tetapi perkenalkan dia kepada orang luar. Jadi ini adalah salah satu daripada inovasi. Boleh ni, Juru, tolong tunjukkan pada juri. Dan juga beberapa bahan yang ada yang mereka telah buat, telah create berdasarkan konten. Jadi cikgu fizik buat konten apa, cikgu kimia buat konten apa. Daripada konten tu mereka buat satu bahan bantu mengajar ataupun satu produk berdasarkan konsep. Contoh dia, ada satu vacuum, jadi pelajar ni adalah pelajar fizik. Konsep fizik dalam buku teks apa yang nak di-highlightkan. Jadi saya kata awak mengajar dengan murid boleh, tapi boleh tak tunjukkan kepada ibu bapa, kepada pengunjung yang lain bahawa ini adalah fizik. Kita vacuum kat rumah, mana konsep fiziknya. Jadi itu yang nak diperkenalkan. Jadi pelajar buat satu idea yang memperkenalkan bahawa vacuum ni adalah salah satu daripada konsep fizik daripada buku teks diterjemahkan. Tetapi saya minta mereka dedahkan kepada masyarakat. Okey, jadi berdasarkan LO dan berdasarkan kerangka SGM ni, saya terjemahkan dalam bentuk carnival. Okey, di sini seterusnya. Okey, di sini apa yang saya nak highlightkan adalah tentang pembelajaran yang berinovatif. Bermakna kita sebagai pendidik, kita kena dedahkan juga kepada pelajar kita, sebab pelajar saya tu adalah bakal pendidik. Jadi dia mesti dapat idea macam mana nak mengajar cara yang lain. Biasanya mereka dapat kuliah. Kelas lain mereka ada kuliah, mereka buat assignment, mereka buat test dan sebagainya. Jadi saya kata, awak nak jadi guru. Jadi guru ni awak kena buat cara mengajar yang berbeza. That's why saya apply. Saya apply cara mengajar yang berbeza supaya saya nampakkan kepada bakal guru, saya tak nak bagi report, saya tak nak bagi kuliah, tak nak buat amali. Saya nak dedahkan strategi pengajaran yang berbeza. Jadi nanti mereka dekat sekolah, mereka juga akan buat cara yang sama. Jadi pembelajaran yang berinovatif ini yang saya highlightkan adalah bagaimana bakal-bakal guru ni terdedah dengan carnival. Ada orang luar, ada pelajar-pelajar yang bidang lain, ada pensyarah bidang lain, dan juga ada pengunjung daripada luar yang hadir pada ketika itu. Mereka bertanya apa yang mereka hasilkan, dan itu adalah matlamat bagi program carnival ni. Saya nak mereka berinteraksi, nak mereka jaga tingkah laku profesional mereka. Jadi inilah kenapa program carnival STEM ni dilaksanakan. Sebab apa? Daripada 3 LO, 1 LO memang dalam kelas, wajib buat dalam kelas untuk menyampaikan tentang pengetahuan. Tetapi 2 lagi LO tu, saya tak nampak macam mana dia boleh dilakukan dalam kelas. Yang kedua tu boleh, masih boleh lagi sebab dia dalam micro teaching. Jadi bakal guru STEM tu, dia mengajar mengikut silibus, menyampaikan. Tetapi yang ketiga adalah tingkah laku profesional. Bagaimana kita nak tengok adakah pelajar ni, bakal guru ni bertingkah laku profesional kalau dia hanya bentang dalam kelas. Sebab itu semua adalah pelajar-pelajar mereka. Itu semua adalah kawan-kawan mereka. Jadi tingkah laku profesional tu tak akan nampak jelas. Kecuali saya bawa mereka keluar, dedahkan mereka kepada orang luar yang mereka tak kenal. Jadi di situlah kita nampak bagaimana kita nak membantu mereka berinteraksi dengan orang lain, dan kemudian bagaimana tingkah laku profesional tu kita dapat develop. Jadi sepanjang carnival tu, saya nampak interaksi mereka, bagaimana mereka menerangkan, bagaimana mereka memanggil pengunjung dengan sapaan. Sebab kadang-kadang dalam kelas, dia hanya panggil kawan-kawan dia. Tapi masa carnival tu kita nampak, yang datang tu walaupun kawan pelajar daripada fakulti lain, tetapi cara mereka menyapa tu berbeza daripada menyapa kawan-kawan. Itu yang kita nak. Kemahiran interaksi di luar bilik belajar, dan juga bagaimana tingkah laku mereka tu mereka boleh kontrol. Dengan kawan-kawan mereka hahu-hahu dalam kelas, bentang dalam kelas, slide by slide. Tetapi di dalam carnival tu mereka jadi, saya pun nampak sopannya mereka bila berinteraksi dengan orang luar. Bagaimana dia terangkan. Tak adalah kalau dalam kelas tu, kau buat ni, kau buat ni. Dia tunjuk macam tu. Tetapi secara profesional, mereka boleh menerangkan apa dia konsep-konsep dan bagaimana diterjemahkan daripada buku teks. Sebab apa yang mereka dapat ni semua daripada buku teks. Konten, fizik, kimia, bio semua daripada buku teks. Tetapi macam mana mereka keluarkan dengan produk, kemudian mereka share dengan orang ramai. Okey, kemudian dari segi nilai tambah. Nilai tambah yang memang saya tidak dapat nafikan, kita tidak nafikan adalah dia merupakan salah satu pembelajaran 21st century learning. Bila kita mendedahkan pelajar kepada kemahiran berinteraksi di luar bilik belajar, mereka secara tidak langsung akan menjadi lebih kreatif. Mereka akan berfikir, mereka akan juga cuba collaborate dengan orang luar. Dan ada satu kumpulan tu yang saya nampak mereka boleh dapatkan dana tu dalam bentuk in kind lah. Jadi mereka masukkan dalam projek mereka. Jadi mereka dapat sponsor sebab saya nampak macam mana mereka boleh dapat satu item tu yang saya kata ini awak beli ke? Tak. Jadi itu yang kita nak. Bila mereka ada peluang untuk berkolaborasi di luar dengan orang luar, itu satu kekuatan daripada carnival yang saya bangun. Okey, kemudian kebolehgunaan yang saya nak highlightkan sini, ini adalah PDP stamp yang dikeluarkan oleh Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, di mana daripada pendidikan stamp tu 3 elemen yang utama adalah mengajar di dalam sekolah, kemudian kita keluarkan kepada 3 segitiga itu, iaitu kaitkan dengan kehidupan, kaitkan dengan alam sekitar, kaitkan masyarakat, tempatan dan global. Itu yang saya bawa pelajar. Kalau mereka hanya di bilik darjah, mereka tak dapat yang kehidupan, tak dapat dengan masyarakat, tak nampak ataupun mereka tak berkongsi dengan orang luar. Jadi dalam assignment yang saya buat ni, ketiga-tiga ni saya kaitkan, terutamanya tentang kehidupan harian, di mana bila saya cakap, okey, awak buat satu inovasi barang, produk atau sebagainya yang berkaitan dengan kehidupan. Itulah hasilnya vacuum. Walaupun dia dummy, tapi sebenarnya hari itu dia berfungsi untuk sedut. Jadi itu kehidupan. Jadi dia kata, kalau kat bilik saya ni nak vacuum mahal, so dia buat vacuum kat bilik ni, atas katil. So something yang dia berkaitan dengan kehidupan. Kemudian yang berkaitan dengan alam sekitar, saya kata saya tak ada bajet, pandai-pandai awak dalam ahli grup nak jimat bajet macam mana? Carilah barang-barang terpakai, kotak, plastik, botol tu, awak cuba tengok boleh tak dia digunakan sebagai bahan untuk jadikan apa konsep yang awak nak terjemahkan ni dapat dipamerkan. Jadi itulah hasil dia, antara dia vacuum daripada botol terpakai, kotak piramid tu daripada kotak pizza. Jadi alam sekitar juga saya kaitkan. Dan yang seterusnya masyarakat, tempatan dan global, yang itu saya kata tidak dinafikan dalam carnival tu mereka memang terdedah dengan masyarakat luar. Mereka tidak fokus kepada kawan tetapi orang luar. Saya lihat kedua-duanya masa mereka membentang di dalam kelas, masa tu produk belum siap tapi mereka membentang apa yang mereka nak buat. Mereka tunjukkan kepada saya, okey, pada minggu ke-10, okey, sekarang ni kumpulan awak nak buat apa? Kumpulan awak nak buat apa? Dia membentang. Cara dia membentang pada ketika itu dengan masa carnival amat berbeza. Beza kerana apa? Siapa yang ada di depan mereka. Siapa yang mereka berinteraksi. Jadi itu kekuatan yang saya yakin dengan adanya carnival ni, bukan saja mereka dapat siapkan tugasan, tetapi mereka juga dapat adapt, berinteraksi dengan orang luar, dan kemudian mereka juga berkelakuan profesional. Dan akhirnya pada saya impak program ni, peluang kerjaya bakal guru yang lebih luas, sebab pada saya bila guru ni kreatif, inovatif, boleh bercakap dengan baik, mereka ada peluang yang lebih luas. Bukan saja mereka tunggu kementerian offer untuk jadi cikgu, mereka sendiri ada inisiatif untuk cari peluang tu. Contoh yang terbaru, minggu lepas, ada salah seorang daripada pelajar grup ni telah memenangi pertandingan, dan dia wakil Fakulti Sains dan juga wakil UPM bersama dengan universiti-universiti lain. Dan dia highlightkan, dia kata, doktor, saya gunakan kemahiran yang doktor bagi semasa kelas, dan kami menang. So something yang saya rasa itu satu impak kepada pelajar saya bila saya dedahkan kepada persekitaran di luar bilik darjah. Dan selain daripada itu juga, ada juga produk inovasi yang mereka buat ni boleh dipasarkan. Contoh dia, ada satu grup dia buat cara scan OMR. Cara scan OMR yang saya sendiri macam terkejut, dan ada guru sekolah lain, sekolah datang, dia interested. Dia kata macam mana nak buat ni? Tapi oleh kerana lah biasanya semesta kan, bila kita nak tarik pelajar tu saya bukan kelas doktor lagi kan. Jadi itu salah satu daripada tekangan kita lah. Kita nak cuba pasarkan ataupun jadikan dia copyright bahan dia, tetapi komitmen pelajar yang menyebabkan saya pun rasa apa yang dihasilkan tu tidak dapat diteruskan kerana pelajar sendiri terlibat dengan komitmen semesta seterusnya. Jadi mereka kata, tak apa doktor, nanti kalau kami free kami buat untuk copyright kan. Tapi guru sekolah itu memang dia berminat. Dia kata kami biasa buat macam ni. Jadi yang ini satu interesting yang dia buat. Okey, dan akhirnya juga adalah dari segi jalinan kerjasama untuk memegang taruh, di mana daripada program tu saya sendiri dapat berkongsi dengan masyarakat luar bahawa pembelajaran di luar bilik belajar merupakan satu daripada pembelajaran yang dapat membentuk karakter bakal guru. Jadi kita tak nak mengajar kelas kaedah mengajar tapi tertumpu dalam bilik belajar. Kita bawa mereka keluar. So saya rasa itu saja yang saya nak kongsi pada hari ini. Terima kasih.
Dan saya rasa tingkah laku profesional ni memang agak sukar untuk di measure kan. Tapi saya ada satu soalan daripada sudut commercialization. Saya nampak pada pelajar tu sendiri dia punya produk ni dia boleh tengahkan, mungkin ada potensi. Tapi bagaimana untuk produk ni sendiri, program Carnival STEM, apakah langkah-langkah atau apakah yang dilakukan yang boleh menganjakkan produk ni untuk komersial?
Okey, untuk makluman para juri, okey, sebenarnya Carnival ni adalah yang pertama saya buat sebab sebelum ni kita buat online, dan sebelum tu tak ada pelajar, khusus saya mengajar kemahiran berfikir. Jadi bila saya dapat saya punya kepakaran kaedah mengajar untuk bidang yang fizik, kimia, biologi, saya memang orang STEM, saya kata no, saya nak dedahkan mereka. Jadi oleh kerana yang program ini adalah program pertama dan untuk makluman saya dah propose program yang kedua untuk tahun depan, awal tahun nanti oleh pelajar yang lebih ramai, fizik, kimia, bio dan matematik dan yang masih lagi fokuskan kepada STEM. Dan juga saya juga telah membawa idea ini, salah satu daripadanya yang terdekat, kita akan ada Carnival STEM di sini, kerjasama dengan Jabatan Pendidikan Wilayah Persetujuan Kuala Lumpur dan juga Fakulti Kejuruteraan, di mana FPP terlibat dengan pameran, dan pameran itu yang sebahagian besar daripada Fakulti Pendidikan adalah di bawah saya. Jadi saya kata, okey, untuk khusus ni cuba masukkan STEM. Sebab apa? Di pendidikan, pelajar-pelajar yang saya ambil ni adalah pelajar daripada Fakulti Sains. Dia ambil kelas kaedah di Fakulti Pendidikan. Jadi di Fakulti Pendidikan sendiri ada subjek lain, bidang lain. Contohnya sains rumah tangga, sains pertanian, PJ kan. Jadi saya kata why not cuba masukkan pembelajaran secara Carnival. Jadi saya invite mereka untuk pameran yang akan datang ni dan saya fokuskan apa pun mesti ada STEM. Jadi maknanya program Carnival STEM ni saya nak highlightkan bahawa bukan bidang orang STEM saja, bukan bidang orang sains saja, tetapi bidang sains rumah tangga, PJ, SP juga boleh dipamerkan bahan-bahan yang berkaitan dan dia merupakan satu inovasi pembelajaran di luar bilik belajar. Jadi maknanya pada saya program Carnival STEM ni walaupun saya mulanya memang dedahkan kepada bakal-bakal guru sains, tetapi saya ambil inisiatif, saya kata okey, untuk Carnival STEM yang akan datang ni saya nak yang bidang lain juga terlibat. Okey, tidak. Sebab ini adalah kerjasama dengan Jabatan Pendidikan Wilayah Persekutuan dan juga Fakulti Kejuruteraan dan Fakulti Pendidikan.
Terima kasih. atas pembintangan. Tadi doktor ada nyatakan tentang selepas buat program STEM ni, kemahiran, profesionalism, bakat pelajar itu dilihat dapat ditingkatkan untuk cakap benda lebih baik, dan sebagainya. Boleh tak mungkin doktor terangkan apakah cara doktor mengukur objektif yang ketiga? Saya pasti takkanlah berdasarkan observation sahaja kan. So bagaimanakah pencapaian objektif pembelajaran untuk nombor 3 itu diukur bagi program ini?
Okey, untuk maklumat, bila kita tengok LO tu, LO untuk bertingkah laku profesional, dia adalah di bawah A, efektif. Domain efektif, bermakna cara kita mengukur domain efektif itu berbeza dengan domain kognitif, domain psikomotor. Jadi, bila kita kata, okey, macam mana kita nampak bahawa domain efektif mereka tu berkesan, tentunya kita akan lihat mereka bagaimana mereka berinteraksi, kita akan mengukur, tetapi salah satu daripadanya adalah saya juga ada edarkan penilaian kepada pelajar, penilaian kepada pelajar apa yang mereka dapat daripada kanibal tu. Jadi daripada bahan yang mereka tulis dalam borang tu, okey, jadi saya dapat dapati bahawa mereka memang dapat kesan daripada kanibal itu sendiri. Jadi ukuran yang saya lihat adalah dari segi penilaian saya. Saya tanya kepada pelajar apa yang mereka dapat daripada kanibal tersebut. Maknanya bila mereka menjawab, mereka seronok, mereka lebih yakin, itu adalah kayu ukur kepada tingkah laku profesional.
Ada benda lain tak yang digunakan selain daripada self-assessment pelajar?
Tidak, sebab apa? Ini adalah assessment. Assessment. Yang assessment saya tu, saya fokus kepada inovasi, barang inovasi. Maknanya produk-produk inovasi mereka. Tetapi itu adalah untuk LO yang pertama. Mereka gunakan pengetahuan, create inovasi kepada produk. Jadi untuk carnival tu saya lebih kepada effective domain.
So yang C tu diukur melalui nilai.
Ya, betul.
Okey, tadi doktor juga ada terangkan pelajar ni dia tajuknya adalah melalui aktiviti pembelajaran berinovatif kan. Program Carnival STEM ni adalah pembangunan kemahiran interaksi dan tingkah laku dia melalui aktiviti pembelajaran berinovatif. Boleh tak doktor terangkan sikit apa itu maksudnya dengan aktiviti pembelajaran berinovatif?
Okey, pembelajaran inovatif ni adalah pembelajaran yang berbeza daripada yang biasa. Biasa kita kat depan, belajar kat belakang, belajar salin, belajar buat grup, berbincang. Itu adalah pembelajaran yang normal pada saya. Tetapi bila berinovatif ni, saya lebih kepada buat pembelajaran berasaskan inquiry, PBL dan juga pembelajaran berasaskan masalah. Jadi daripada situ, mereka telah mencari masalah. Kalau awak jadi guru, mana awak nak terangkan konsep fizik ni dengan murid. Jadi, mereka cari dalam konten silibus tu, mana topik-topik yang mereka rasa sukar nak ajar dan mereka cuba cari barang yang boleh mereka tunjukkan supaya bakal murid-murid mereka boleh faham. Contohnya vacuum. Cerita tentang daya. Daya tak nampak. Jadi, silibus ada tentang daya. Jadi, saya kata, okey, awak rasa daya ni pelajar tak nampak. Dia tak nampak apa kesan daya itu dan sebagainya. Okey, itu adalah masalah. Macam mana awak nak selesaikan? Cuba tunjukkan bahawa sedotan, pressure itu adalah daya. Jadi, mereka keluarkan dengan satu produk. Walaupun dia produk yang saya nampak, okey, gunakan bahan terpakai, tetapi konsep tu sampai. Jadi, mereka dapat menunjukkan bahawa daya tekanan itu berlaku semasa vacuum dilakukan.
So maksudnya pembelajaran berinovatif yang doktor maksudkan ni adalah guided inquiry lah.
Tidak juga. Guided inquiry
ataupun inquiry based learning lah. So maksudnya tapi doktor follow cycle guided inquiry based learning tu.
Ya, sebab daripada awal assignment ni diberi pada minggu kedua. Jadi saya dah bagi arahan. Jadi mereka memang saya minta mereka update. Okey, konsep apa yang mereka nak tonjolkan, apa dia masalah dan kemudian mereka ada bagi beberapa cadangan. Jadi pada pertengahan semester tu mereka dah buat group work dan mereka keluarkan beberapa cadangan. Cadangan dan selepas saya beri maklum balas, mereka bincang balik. Okey, yang ni tak sesuai, kita buat yang ni.
Okay. Maybe in the future apa agaknya cadangan doktor untuk nama baik? What's your plan?
Okey, pada saya, Carnival STEM ni merupakan satu pendedahan kepada bakal guru. Mereka adalah bakal STEM. Jadi di sekolah memang ini yang sedang dilaksanakan. Hashtag 49 pemerkasaan STEM. Jadi daripada awal lagi saya dah perkenalkan mereka, saya kata awak bukan guru fizik, bukan guru sains, bukan guru kimia. Awak adalah guru STEM. Bermakna bila guru STEM, mereka bukan fokus pada subjek saja, tapi mereka kena integratekan. Matematik apa? Engineering apa? Masa mengajar fizik. Jadi itu yang saya highlightkan. Dan Carnival STEM ini merupakan platform yang baik bagi mereka untuk mereka dedahkan cara sesuatu konten tu diterjemahkan dalam bentuk yang berbeza. Dan cadangan saya, mungkin program ini boleh juga dilaksanakan oleh semua pensyarah yang nampak ada produk atau yang ada idea supaya nampak pelajar-pelajar kita bukan belajar di bilik darjah saja, tapi mereka kongsi. Apa pun topik yang kita ajar, apa pun subjek yang kita ajar, kita cuba bawa mereka kepada mendedahkan kepada masyarakat. Macam yang saya tunjuk tadi, maknanya PDP yang berkesan salah satu daripadanya adalah kita share dengan orang luar, bukan hanya dinilai di dalam bilik darjah. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Kita mungkin rehat juga 10 minit. Bila rehat kepada pendek kita sebentar. So kita sambung selepas itu kita akan mula dengan pembelajaran kelas sebelumnya dalam pukul 11.30. Saya membawa pembelajaran sebentar. Nak connect. supaya tak membuang masa lagi. Kita akan teruskan dengan pembentangan daripada fakulti dan Tempat dan Seni yang akan disampaikan oleh Dr. Anissa Umi Husna Abdul Ghani.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning to everyone that is in attendance. My name is Anissa Umi Husna. Okay, and then I will be presenting on a topic on visual reality tool. The use of visual reality learning tool for spatial understanding, and we call it architectural spatial experience simulation for access in architecture design studio learning. Next. Okay, I'm representing Faculty of Design and Architecture, and I'm the team leader for this project. So, my team member will be Ms. Rayahan and Dr. Atira Husni. So, we are both teaching in the architecture department. So, we will go through on the program statement, literature review on the designing of the tool itself, and how we apply in class, and we will show you on the record on the present of experiential learning, also how it's implicated in the learning process. Okay, so the problem statement here, we start off with this motivational learning problem. It was highlighted by Royal Institute of British Architects, saying that architecture education need this introduction of digital component in our curriculum, because currently it was not highly emphasized. And even in Malaysia context, our Malaysia Accreditation of Council even highlighted that they are starting to allow the adaptation of visual design studio in the conventional studio. And this is actually due to the recent pandemic. It was not really promoted previously. It was still in conventional method. So I would like to briefly explain how the architecture design and studio learning differ from the typical, theoretical learning. Because our learning experience, we use problem-based learning or project-based learning. Because we are introducing students to a problem which we as an architect, we need to design structure buildings, right? So their exposure is, they started off being given a project brief, and they will introduce to the client, and then from there, they will need to do further studies on client, the site of the building, and so on. Where, if you see on number 2, there's those are the basic classroom, site visit, present study, all that is the formal learning. But the red color that's highlighted is personal experience. This is the informal learning that they should have prior joining the architecture program. Okay, and then it goes on to design process learning, where they do design development and integrated method, meaning that they propose, the design, make, and then they will receive feedback, comment, redo until they will get to the final learning outcome, which is the product. It can be a building, so on. So it's in drawing form or even on the 3D object. So that's just introducing on the how architecture studio learning is about it. So now we are going to the reality of the architecture program itself, where when we notice throughout the years of teaching architecture program, I noticed that students' attitude towards learning are different, because the new batch of students, so the new generation, show a high preference toward digital content. And then even the new student, they are having difficulties in understanding spatial quality stuff. I think because I think they have even come out, we do some interview lah among all the new students, and so they have this lack of personal experiences because maybe toward their childhood they don't travel much, they just stay at home, so they have this lacking. So normally in conventional student learning, we will get the student to go out, like go site visit. Okay, if you want to know about this kind of architecture building, we go to this building, masjid, kan? Whatever, because all these buildings have different characteristics. But in order for us to do that, those are the highlighted lah. We have problem with time constraint, cost, and recently because of pandemic, kan, safety reason and so on lah. So those are the difficulties that we have lah. Because in order for us to train our students to be at that level, they need to have that basic experience first. Which that we are saying that they are like lacking lah. So this is based on our talk, our discussion among the student itself. So this is what the concern is. They need to have experience. So they are not exposed when they are before they don't have such programs. So they say, okay, most of these buildings are inaccessible. So maybe bangunan kerajaan yang for example, we have all these beautiful buildings, but public tak boleh masuk. It's not easily accessible. But those are things that hindering lah for them to excel lah to their study. Okay, so and then the student also give the opinion, say that if there's a proper tools that introduce them to all this, then they really appreciate that, and they say that this would be helpful in their learning. So in order for them to experience that physically, it's quite impossible. Okay, so from there, okay, we've done some literature. So we found out that yes, previous literature already highlighted, okay, the use of VR virtuality is the best solution for us because it supports visual, it supports spatial understanding, it gives you the experience. Even though it's digital, it's still experience. It's different from looking at picture. It's still different. Okay? And then from there, then we decide that yes, we will be using IVR simulation in intention to support our study lah. Okay, so based on that, we come up with design a simulation. We call it architectural spatial experience simulation named ASSET. So we design 3 types of simulation because this is actually based on not standardized, a common characteristic of building that architecture student needs to understand in order for them to be able to produce good design. So the simulation one will be simulation where they can experience spaces with different geometry and spaces with different size and experience and spaces with different type of openings. I will show you later on. Okay, so this simulation will be a substitute of their concrete experience. Rather than they go to the actual buildings, they will experience it digitally, visually. Okay, so hopefully this simulation will fulfill the deficiency of the personal experience. Okay, so okay, so for example, simulation number 1, they go through the series of different spaces, different volume, which have different characteristics. So the first one is cuboid, kotak. Second one is cylindrical. The third one is hemispheric and half circle and half globe. And then space with polygonal punya shape and also space with organic design. Okay, so this one, spaces with different scale. They started from the smallest, narrowest space until to the highest and biggest and grandest scale. Okay. Then let's be optimistic. Okay, and then the spaces with different type opening, where they can see how light opening with tingkat window. So different type of opening in that they will explain how those light enter the space of spots from below, from the side, how big, small size. So they have all these different experience. So these are the 3 simulation. So with these 3 simulation, so with this experience, we implement that during our studio learning. So our studio learning, as I said, we are doing project-based learning now. So we don't really give lecture and then listen and do exam. So we have a lot of tutorial session, like one-to-one discuss or maybe group tutorial. So when that activity happening, di belakang tu, we open up the simulation to start. So because it's assisting our learning process, so they can do it concurrently lah. Okay, so that one I get another student to help me with the simulation, and then they will just use that, and then I will proceed with the new teaching department. Okay. So after they use that, so they are supposed to. Okay, so after they use that, I introduce what we call the name is personal architectural reflection and conceptualization memo, but it's actually a reflecting memo. It's a structured reflecting memo where they record their experience using that core experiential learning framework. The reason why I use this because we call it, because in architecture we already have this what we call design sketches now, a design sketchbook. So this design sketchbook is actually part of their learning process to record all their step by step in producing design. So I asked them to use this structured method and reflect on their experience from the simulation tool onto their own design. Okay, so they use it, but I do two version because for the purpose of research, I come up with another piece of like a form base, but they will provide the back in written and also visual drawing, because architecture they need to express that in drawings rather than written. So we have two samples, student A and student B. So what I asked in the reflective memo is this. Here is actually I asked this based on the learning cycle, the learning stages. So they will answer that, and then they will. The first is the obvious because corporate experience. What is the you see what, and then reflect that. I ask them this experience. Does it relate to your project? Yeah, they will mention because of opening on. They will relate to it. But next is, from this experience, how does it benefit to your next step of your design? So now they start to conceptualize that. Then the last, they will illustrate, okay, after this, what would be the effect on your own design? So that's how I strategize, right? Okay, so like just now, student sample, student A, student B. From here is from the reflective memo. So they start to sketch. So this is his idea after using the spacer simulation. So they reflect that in the design. So that is up. Okay. So actually I can even show the one on their sketchbook like that. This. Okay. So to conclude okay, the use of this assets as a learning tool, it benefited both students and also educators and the lecturers. So the tool itself will engage student interest, and then definitely it encourages deep learning approaches rather than a surface learning. So the tool itself able to enrich student personal experience, which at the first that we found out the selection. So it feel it's solve our problem. You feel that because, and then the next part is for educator itself, it resolve the difficulties for us to conduct such visit. So it's just another option lah, provide us another alternative punya method. Okay. So after this, I will be showing the simulation, the apply to simulation slide. Okay, hopefully you can see it. Scale. To conclude that, the purpose of this is to assist us in teaching the design itself, but the unique part about this exercise is where I combine this VR with the experiential learning in there too. Because VR too common, you can even have a lot of VR punya simulation online sekarang. Tapi when I use the COPS punya experiential learning punya framework to make them reflect what they've learned too, that's where I can see is the most effective way lah. Because if I don't introduce that, it becomes just another walk in the park lah. They macam tengok, and then they just forget. When we do that, they reflect and then they think. There's a step that they will pause. Then go on and do better. Okay, thank you very much.
Very much, Dr. Anissa. I think it's a very impressive presentation. I can clearly relate to your presentation and what it means and how it solves your problem. I'm just wondering who developed the simulation. This racial.
Okay, the simulation too. If you are familiar with this 3D software, we just use SketchUp.
Yep.
SketchUp is senang kan? Anyone can use it. So we just modeling that in SketchUp. We do dia punya rendering using a plugin to SketchUp namanya Escape. Actually, yang the one yang I did ni, I guna very low cost ni. I use smartphone punya ni banyak step lah. But if we have a proper tool, you can just plug in on the laptop and then immediately you can use it lah.
Yeah, because I think
the student boleh buat.
Yeah, because I think it's important that you are the one who develop the model because you are the one who plan on the size, the height, and then the length. So I think that's the novelty in your teaching and learning because you can decide kita bentuk box dulu lepas tu hemisphere and whatnot. So that's the reason I asked lah because I think that's your part in I need tools tu mana-mana pun boleh ambil lah. Okay, and I just want to maybe suggestion lah, I tak ada nak tanya pun sangat. I see the values in you incorporating VR with your corporate experiences model. So kalau you nak bertanding lah nanti di tempat lain, I suggest you highlight that as well in the title of your project. Because actually it's a combination of both yang make it more outstanding and valuable. As you said, VR learning tool tu, I mean, bukanlah not that impressive, tapi kalau kena dengan konteks memang ianya macam bila dia boleh amplify learning experience kan. Tapi with your reflection rubric tu saya rasa dia even more meaningful lah.
Okay, thank you so much for the suggestion. Yes,
Dr. Alisa, thank you so much for the presentation. I just have one question. I think most of it covered by Vika. I'm just curious, what in which aspect do you think that this IVR is not able to cover in terms of I know this tool is to replace students and they are not able to travel and experience it. But is there an aspect of this IVR tool which the student could never replace it with this virtual environment? That you really need to be exposed to it first.
obviously, right, in any kind of learning, any field, and one-to-one actual learning is best. I would definitely say, yeah, going to the site experience it is the best one, right? Because the scenario right now is we need to be prepared of uncertainty and so on, right? So visual IVR is the next best thing, like the next best thing. But I would like to highlight that the reason why is still not well received is because the facility, it's just like we used to have projector, but last time projector was not well available. We have overhead projector. So now it become common. Similarly to IVR, if IVR become a common in any learning setting, then it's not a novelty anymore after that, kan? Similar to video and all these different type of technology. So the hindering part is cost and the availability of the facility. We have the facility, it become common, it will definitely increase or improve our learning experience as a whole. In any field. That's it.
Terima kasih Dr. Alisa. Pementaran tadi. Seterusnya kita akan mendengar pementaran daripada Profesor Madia Teknologi Dr. Muhammad Zarul Muhammad Noor daripada Institut Pengajaran Sosial. Silakan Dr.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon already. Okay, thank you so much for having me again in this competition. Alhamdulillah, on behalf of IPSAS, Institute Pengajaran Sains Sosial, Institute for Social Science Studies, is one of the institute in UPM. We handle a lot of trainings, and also we do a lot of research, especially on social science, but focusing more on well-being and also youth. Apart from that, as I said, we do a lot of training for postgraduate, publication training on methodology and such, and also it is also not only meant for UPM students, but also for all students, postgraduate students, even from overseas. During COVID, I remember I think half of the class is from China, and from mainland China, and so it's open to all, and also not only focusing on UPM. Okay, so for this innovation, I'm bringing this new method in writing review paper. Okay, we call it as thematic review. So I think most of us heard about SLR, systematic literature review. We heard about bibliometric studies. We heard about scoping review. Okay, there are so many types of review paper. Okay, and we all know that this type of review paper is not made in Malaysia, so it's not originate from Malaysia. So the starting of this presentation, I proudly present this TR started from Malaysia and it's from UPM. Okay, so what's so special about TR? Okay, how many novice researchers having problem to publish paper? Okay, so last year we've seen that grants students are complaining they don't have enough grant to actually publish paper, and then and also they don't have data, okay, to publish their because there's no grant, so there's no study, therefore there's no data. All right. So what happened when there's no data? All right. So we are talking about review paper. We can just review papers, previous paper, and then we can come up with a new study from that paper. All right. So that's hence what we call as review paper. So what we can see that novice researchers and postgraduate students always face significant challenges when attempting to write scientific papers. I know most here very prominent writers, so no problem with you guys. But for the novice postgraduates, these are the things that are very, I would say, concern is a main concern, okay? Especially for those who just begin their master and PhD, and they need to write. Okay, so this is where the challenges came in, and then this is where our solution going to solve their problem. So addressing this struggle is essential to ensure that emerging scholars can effectively contribute to their respective field of study and engage in meaningful academic discourse. All right. So what is a review paper? So review papers plays a vital role in summarizing and synthesizing existing literature, and various types of review papers exist, including systematic literature review is very popular, SLR, bibliometrics, copy reviews, and this is thematic review. So what is thematic review? Thematic review is a groundbreaking methodology of writing review papers developed by me from the Institute from ISAS and UPM. So we are more focusing towards identifying and analyzing recurring themes and patterns within a body of literature on a specific topic. So it's not only meant for qualitative researchers, it's meant for everyone. Okay, when you want to start your research, especially for novice researchers, they need to find gap. Okay, so by doing this TR paper, they can find gap in their previous paper. So unlike traditional review methods, TR does not strictly adhere to predefined inclusion and exclusion criteria. Okay, so we have our own methods of doing a review. So it's much more flexible. Depth of understanding is much more greater because SLR, the objective of SLR is much more towards the credibility of the papers. For example, bibliometric more on the citation, scoping more on the topic. But for the thematic review, is just at a glance we want to know the theme of the paper so that we can come up with the pattern of that particular study. And then have a broader inclusion, and then education of emerging trends. So you can say that, for example, Dr. Umi just now, she's doing on this VR. So we can do what are the patterns that has been done by previous studies on VR in architecture, for example, or in education. Then we can do the patterns and trends to see what are the current trends. So we revolutionize how to write the paper by using a software called Atlas DI. So Atlas DI is actually qualitative software, but it's actually, it can do more than that, okay? Because when we write paper, we actually analyzing words, okay? So with Atlas DI, it can do wonders on the data management in terms of advanced semantic analysis, visualization and reporting, collaboration and data sharing. So many things. I'm not going to describe each one of it. But if any of you have used ATSI before, with this new feature, ATSI 23 is much more. In fact, in the latest edition, it can do AI. It's actually integrate the AI in the software, and it can do similar like ChatGPT also to analyze. All right. So how does this impact postgrad education? So it enhances research skills development. You don't need to wait until end of your study to publish paper. Okay. Now, the moment you start your study, first semester, you can already write review paper, write limited review, and then it will help in terms of defending your proposal, doing the proposal defense, because you know already the gap in your field of study. Okay, so it will also give holistic understanding of research methods. Don't confuse thematic analysis with thematic review. It's different. Thematic review is much more on the finding pattern and trends, and thematic analysis is much more deeper. And interdisciplinary application is not only meant for social science, it's also meant for engineering, medical, you name it. Okay? So I will show how many papers we have published from multidisciplinaries. Publication opportunities, we have already penetrated Q1, Q2, WOS, you name it. So all of this index is not an issue. And promotion of independent research, by all means. All right, the prominent outcomes, benefits over 500 postgraduates. I've done this workshop for the past since 2017. So we have more than 500, actually more than 2,000 in my group. And then over 100 publications, and also, few hundreds in the pipeline waiting to get published in multidisciplinary.
Saya telah join ke semua package Atlas DI dengan Dr. Zack. Package 3 sangat menarik sebab Dr. Zack akan mendedahkan cara-cara untuk membuat TR paper.
I want to thank Dr. Zairul for sharing his knowledge about his way of conducting thematic review.
attending his academy, Dr. Z helped me to have my first publication and another one on the way.
انضميت لورش عمل ثيماتيك ريفيو مع الدكتور زايرور. الحقيقة تعلمت من الألف إلى الياء مع توجيهات الدكتور زايرور التي كانت هادفة جدا وواضحة ومبسطة بشكل
All right. To conclude this, I have some of the participants who already published in TR together with us in the Zoom meeting. So I'm going to interview them live, ask about their experience. Because some of them, I think most of them are not academics. Some of them are PhD, some of them are, just maybe not even in the academic lines, maybe administrator, but then when they manage to publish a paper, I think it's achievement for them. Okay, can you hear me? Intan? Boleh ya? Okay. Okay. All right. So with me today we have Dr. Ima Shalina from UniKL, right?
Correct, Doctor.
Okay, from UniKL, and then we have Intan from Institut Amir Baki. Betul, Intan?
Betul, Doktor. Institut Amir Baki Cawangan Keti Highlands.
Yeah. And then we have Aisha in Saudi Arabia. Okay, Fahaluki, Aisha?
Yes, Doctor, I'm here.
Okay, and then Eddie, where are you now?
UTMKL, Doctor.
UTMKL. All right, okay. All right, so maybe you guys can introduce yourself and then maybe share your experience. Publish your paper publication using TR paper. Okay, maybe you can start with Dr. Ima.
Okay, so Assalamualaikum. Hopefully can hear my voice. So thank you to Dr. Z for the opportunity given. So I will make it short. So I have been joined Dr. Z seminar, I think on 2020 during my first semester, my PhD journey. So I'm really interested on one class which is on the thematic review. So from there I come up and my first paper, I think second paper have been accepted for the conference. Actually, I'm PhD in computer science. So my focus area is on the application related to social media. So my thematic review is related to motivation of the user to use the content information image as the content in social media. So from there I found 5 motifs and so on. So I get chance to be to be presented at conference Scopus Index, and then get published to UM Scopus Journal. Alhamdulillah, this is on 2021. And then last few months another paper got accepted for conference, and inshallah will be published this one in a book chapter, also Scopus Index. So for this thematic review, I'm focusing on the social media issues related to the public opinion and also activism. This one is my post PhD work. So I think this is the good thing that I'm sharing to the judge, to Dr. Zack, for the valuable insight lah. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Alright, maybe kita dengar pada Intan sebagai seorang guru bila dapat publish paper TR kan. So apa perasaan Intan? Sikit Intan.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Intan Diana binti Abdul Rahman. Saya merupakan pensyarah Institut Amdil Baki Cawangan Genting Highlands. Berdasarkan pengalaman saya, template TR paper ni yang telah diperkenalkan oleh Dr. Zack sangat bermanfaat kepada saya sebagai penyelidik yang novice lah, kerana template tersebut sangat berstruktur, dan bagi saya panduan yang diberikan oleh Dr. Zack tu sangat sistematik. Sebagai contoh, setiap subtopik Dr. Zack ajar macam mana cara nak tulis. Contohnya setiap ada 5 perenggan pertama pengenalan, kemudian definition, statement, argument, critical, dan juga last sekali ialah kesimpulan. So alhamdulillah sekarang ni saya merasakan sangat gembira lah kerana dapat publish 3 paper TR, 2 paper journal dalam jurnal yang berbeza, itu jurnal Era dan juga Masa, dan juga 1 TR paper lagi diterbitkan dalam persidangan peringkat universiti. Jadi saya menggunakan sepenuhnya Atlas TI version 22 dan juga 23 lah. Dapat publish pada tahun 2022 1 paper TR paper, manakala 2 TR paper lagi pada tahun ini 2023. So saya itu sajalah, Doktor. Ya, Doktor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Doktor.
Puan Eileen, Puan Eileen PTD kan? Mungkin boleh explain sikit bila dapat publish kat Elsevier, perasaan?
Okay, terima kasih Doktor. Saya Eileen currently a postgraduate student di UTM-KL lah. So first time saya manage to publish my first ever article, TR paper bawah guidance Dr. Zack. Rasa macam tak percaya jugalah. So I believe this thematic review approach ni sangat membantu siapa saja, not even those yang in academic line ataupun bukan. So I can say I'm very proud lah. I'm very proud, Doctor, to manage to publish using TR.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, last but not least, from Aisha, maybe I think you have 2 WOS paper and 1 scopus. If I'm second, Aisha.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Aisha Mani. I'm from Saudi Arabia. You hear my voice, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a lecturer at King Khalid University in Saudi Arabia, and my major is interior design. I'm glad to share with you in quick my experience in publishing thematic review papers, which were already published in Web of Science and Scopus. Actually, in the beginning, as any new researcher, asking about many questions that related on to how I can start writing my review or thematic review paper, and how I can search about the topic, how I can also choose the right and exact keywords to get the most relevant articles that fit to my topic. What's content also that must be included in my review paper or thematic review paper. And also how I write structure in my paper. What I believe is the same goes to any beginners or thinking on the same way, any new researcher. So I joined many workshops, but I couldn't get a chance to have a good or clear guidance to achieve the knowledge. After I joined actually writing a workshop that writing thematic review and review paper with academic Dr. Zack about how to write review papers. So I actually shortcut the time, can say shortcut actually the time to writing from the writing paper to publish it. Which is more information that were helpful is which database I have to choose, the keywords, the technique from writing and publication, communication with journals. I can say within 3 days in the workshop, I did the abstract as all the participants were with me there. And the themes were ready to write about them using Atlas TI analyze software. This can make it also shortcut time and easy to identify the gaps or themes from previous study. So, Alhamdulillah, I managed to publish 2 thematic review papers, and this is what my experience in publication.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. All right, with that, thank you so much to all.
Thank you.
And also, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Firstly, I'm not sure whether this is a personal question or not, because you show your URL for your website now. So I went through your website, and may I know, is this technique is commercialized for your own company, or is it a company owned by UPM?
UPM.
I see. And yeah, I think I also wanted to know if you teach business methodology courses in UPM as well, and how you also implement this in maybe the courses that you teach, if you can elaborate.
Okay, we don't have dedicated subject for this, but we have trainings, a lot of trainings for postgrad. As I said, not only in UPM, but also elsewhere. And also, if we're doing in itself, also it's open to all postgrad. I would like also perhaps to promote this technique is much more simpler. If you have done SLR, this is like 10 times simpler and then much more structured. Because based on feedback, normally to complete SLR paper, maybe 6 months, something like that. But this one, my own personal record, myself, I can do it in 4 days, something like that. So it's much more time saving, and also help of postgraduate to publish.
Dr. Zach, first of all, I think congratulations, because I think it's good in the country, you have your own students giving testimony. But I just want to clarify, the innovation here is more on the process of you giving the training using actors.ti manually, or is TREZ, 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 or is there an application added on to this actors.ti?
Yeah, it's the process, and also during the training we also give a template of publication template. But of course, they need to modify according to journal's standard. But again, the simpler part is that of course we use Mendeley and also FSCI to help in terms of citation and everything. So what is my future plan is actually nanti tadi saya cakap ni. So my future plan is that we want to make it much more structured. It's like there will be an apps that you just put it in the system, and then it will automatically generate like a proposal, something like that. So it's like a full package. But at the meantime, we use of course both Mendeley and FSCI. We use heavily both software. Because Mendeley is basically just a citation software. But then what's next? So FSCI help in terms of formulating the diagram, tuning the paper, summarizing paper, and then there's a new feature, AI feature. You just put in the paper, automatically will summarize the paper. So it's amazing. So thank you.
Doktor atas pertanyaan tadi. Seterusnya kita akan mendengar pertanyaan daripada Pusat Kurikulum dan Pembangunan Pelajar yang akan diketuai oleh Dr. Ismawati Raju. Silakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I rasa semua orang boleh dengar ke? Yuri boleh dengar dengan clear ke suara I? Okay, insyaAllah. Okay, so saya Inovasi Makzin dan rakan saya di sini Najib Ashraf Makbul. Kami adalah wakil daripada Pusat Kurikulum dan Pembangunan Pelajar Universiti Putra Malaysia. So jadinya di sini pembentangan ini adalah berkenaan dengan program pro siswa. Tapi isunya di sinilah adalah pertama, graduan berdepan dengan risiko pengangguran. As for now, sekarang kita tahu lebih 580,000 pelajar universiti yang masih menganggur dan mencari pekerjaan. Oleh itu, kita tertanya-tanya. Okey, kita tertanya-tanya, salah siapa pengangguran ini? Kan? Adakah salah universiti? Adakah salah ibu bapa atau ada salah pelajar pelajar sendiri? So nanti kita pun ada juga snapshot di sini tentang daripada media sosial, daripada respon daripada majikan, yang di mana kita dapat lihat di sini dia adalah tiada inisiatif, okey, dan mempunyai kurang mahir dalam berkomunikasi, terlalu banyak excuse, dan ada pelbagai lagi attitude yang perlu kami rasa di sini pelajar-pelajar universiti perlu dimantapkan lagi kemahiran insaniah mereka. Okey, dan kita juga ada dapat daripada artikel Hasbida et al. 2005, isu pengangguran siswaza dan kegagalan mereka mendapatkan pekerja sering kali diperkatakan kerana tidak memiliki kemahiran insaniah yang diperlukan oleh majikan. So ini adalah sangat kritikal kemahiran insaniah. Walaupun pelajar-pelajar kita ini telah diserapkan dengan pelbagai ilmu, teknikal ilmu daripada fakulti masing-masing dan juga institut, walau bagaimanapun bagaimana untuk kita menerapkan atau memperkasakan kemahiran insaniah di kalangan pelajar universiti kita. Okay? Dan juga dikatakan pihak majikan juga lebih cenderung mencari bakal pekerja yang memiliki pelbagai kemahiran, okay? Yang tidak perlu diberi latihan, seperti macam itulah komunikasi, teamwork, leadership and so on. Okay, dan juga ada daripada research of Stanford Research Center dan juga Harvard University dan Carnegie Foundation mengatakan 85% berjayanya pelajar ini mendapat pekerjaan adalah disebabkan oleh soft skill, iaitu kemahiran insaniah, dan 15% adalah daripada technical skill mereka. Dan apakah antaranya ranking yang kemahiran insaniah yang perlu dititik beratkan oleh setiap pelajar adalah pertama, kita dapat lihat ranking di sini, teamwork. Kedua adalah communication, time management, and then problem solving, creativity, leadership, organization, emotional intelligence, decision making, and stress management. All these soft skills is very critical and significant to the student in order to get to increase their graduate employability rate. Okey, dan juga di sini pusat pokok juga mengambil seru daripada pelan strategik UPM 2021 hingga 2025, iaitu dalam matlamat 1, melahirkan watak graduan berdaya tahan mendepani cabaran mendatang. Sebab itulah kami di sini untuk menerangkan tentang inovasi yang telah dilahirkan oleh pusat pokok, bagaimana untuk kita membantu mempraktikkan dan memperkasakan kemahiran insaniah kepada pelajar-pelajar kita. Dan juga ini adalah pelan strategik daripada HEPA juga, iaitu kita menerapkan tentang yang di sini ada pendigitalan, khidmat komuniti, kebolehpasaran graduan, keusahawanan, dan juga ada juga beberapa yang memang menerapkan tentang kemahiran insaniah atau soft skill kepada pelajar. Okey, walau bagaimanapun, pusat kurikulum juga sebenarnya sudah lama menjalankan beberapa program kemahiran insaniah seperti starting school, jadi kita dapat lihat pada tahun 2014 dan finishing school pada tahun 2015. Kita daripada dahulu memang dah ada beberapa program berkenaan dengan kemahiran insaniah. Walau bagaimanapun, kami mengambil inisiatif dan inovasi untuk menjadikan kita punya program ini lebih berpraktikal, lebih relevan kepada masa kini. Okey, dan ini adalah sebenarnya di hadapan ini dapat dilihat dekat sini beberapa modul sebenarnya yang telah kami terbitkan. Okay, seperti ini dapat finishing school, starting school, percuma yang kita dapatkan. Starting school ni kita fokus kepada tahun 1 dan 2. Dan juga starting school. Finishing school pada tahun 4 dan 5. Dan antaranya mungkin tahun 3 dan 4 kita ada modul percuma. So kita ada pelbagai modul pada dahulunya. Walau bagaimanapun, sekali lagi pusat pokok mengambil inisiatif untuk menginovasikan program kami punya pembangunan modul ini. Daripada beberapa modul ini kami terapkan menjadi satu modul, iaitu dinamakan modul pembangunan profesionalisme pelajar, dipanggil modul 3P. So ini adalah antara satu inovasi dari yang diterbitkan oleh Pusat Program dan Bangunan Pelajar. Seperti kita lihat di sini, ia dilancarkan oleh mantan BC kita pada 24 Mac 2022. Ia adalah merupakan gabungan modul starting, intermediate dan finishing school, di mana saya mengatakan tadi ada beberapa modul di hadapan ini, kami combinekan menjadi satu modul. Okey, mengandungi 10 topik yang merangkumi komponen utama yang boleh meningkatkan lagi kualiti graduan secara holistik. Dan yang uniknya di sini, development of the book ini melibatkan 50 penulis yang terdiri daripada kombinasi kepakaran mengikut topik yang terdiri daripada staf akademik, pelaksana dan juga pemimpin pelajar UPM. Maksudnya kami bukan syok sendiri untuk develop modul ini. Kami combine all the kepakaran dan masukkannya menjadi satu modul yang mempunyai 10 topik ini. Okay? So antara topiknya adalah topik 1, sasiah adab dan personality. Topik 2, kerohanian dan daya tahan. Topik 3, pengurusan dalam kepimpinan. Topik 4, gaya hidup. Topik 5, pemikiran unggul. Topik 6, bahasa dan komunikasi. Topik 7, patriotisme dan perpaduan. Topik 8, kesukarelawanan. Topik 9, dinamika teknologi maklumat dan komunikasi. Topik 10, kerjaya dan usahawanan. Dan insyaAllah topik-topik ini yang diterbitkan pada tahun 2022 ini adalah relevan kepada sekarang ini untuk kita memperkasakan lagi kemahiran misalnya untuk pelajar-pelajar kita. Dan juga menariknya buku modul ini adalah ia bukan diterapkan hanya untuk pelajar UPM. Ada beberapa universiti lain yang membuat lawatan ke pusat Koko memang berminat untuk melaksanakan program kemahiran misalnya mereka menggunakan modul ini juga. So ia adalah menjadi potensi besar kepada kami untuk menyebarkan modul ini kepada universiti-universiti IPT yang lain. Okey, so selain daripada inovasi kami buku modul 3P ini, kami juga melaksanakan program beasiswa di mana menggantikan starting and finishing school kita dengan menggunakan hanya satu program iaitu dinamakan program beasiswa. So memandangkan buku ini dilancarkan pada Mac 2022, kami bermula laksanakan program beasiswa ini pada Oktober 2022. So ini adalah fasa 1. Sebelum itu izinkan saya apa tujuan kami membuat program beasiswa ini. Okey, program beasiswa ini ialah untuk memperkasakan kemahiran pelajar UPM serta meningkatkan kemahiran smart and sharp seperti yang dituntut oleh Menteri Pendidikan Tinggi dalam Keputusan Terbaik 2023. Bukan sahaja dalam kemahiran yang 7 KI itu, tapi juga kita menerapkan smart and sharp skill di dalam program kami. Dan juga kami meningkatkan kebolehpasaran graduan melalui kemahiran yang diterapkan pada pelajar UPM, terutamanya pelajar tahun 3 dan 4, dan juga melatih pelajar untuk menjadi lebih disiplin dan berdaya tahan untuk mendepani cabaran mendatang bagi mencapai matlamat 1 Plan Strategik UPM 2021-2025. 2022 ya 2021-2025. Okey. So, ini adalah framework kami yang pertama untuk fasa 1 di mana kami memanggil 2 wakil daripada setiap PTJ iaitu 16 fakulti dengan 10 kolej di UPM ini untuk menjadi facilitator bagi program ini. Okey. So selepas kami train semua wakil-wakil facilitator daripada PTJ ini, kami memohon semua wakil facilitator ini untuk menghantar kertas kerja untuk pelaksanaan program beasiswa bagi setiap PTJ tersebut. So akan ada kelulusan daripada KPP dan lepas itu akan ada pelaksanaan program beasiswa. Memandangkan ini fasa 1 dahulu, kami akan memberi kelonggaran untuk pilih 2 topik untuk setiap. Kalau lebih Alhamdulillah, tapi kalau tak kami tetapkan minimal 2 topik untuk satu program beasiswa. Dan kami buat PTJ perlu buat penilaian dan juga laporan dan hantarnya kepada PKPP. Untuk proses ini, satu program beasiswa untuk kami minimumkan 50 peserta dan RM500 untuk satu program untuk satu semester. So dari sini implikasi kewangan kita adalah untuk sekali satu semester adalah 26 PTJ dan RM500 which is RM13,000. So dapat lihat daripada laporan di sini selepas melaksanakan fasa 1, 13 daripada 26 PTJ berjaya melaksanakan program beasiswa ini dan terdapat juga PTJ yang melaksanakan tanpa menggunakan peruntukan yang kami berikan which is very good lah sebab kami menekankan minimum cost and high impact program. So juga daripada laporan ini menunjukkan beberapa topik yang telah dipilih, minimum 2 topik untuk pelaksanaan program beasiswa fasa 1. Okey, dan ini adalah 16 PTJ dan totalnya adalah 18 program dan jumlah peserta adalah 973 pelajar yang telah melibatkan diri dalam program prosiswa fasa 1 ini. Okey, dan ini adalah antara contoh-contoh laporan lah PTJ yang telah laksanakan program prosiswa ini. Okey, dan kita lihat juga penilaian di sini daripada feedback daripada ini adalah pendiri self evaluation by students. Okey, so ia menunjukkan 83.3% pelajar bersetuju dan prosiswa program dapat meningkatkan aspek pemikiran kritis dan kemahiran menyelesaikan masalah. 58.3% bersetuju program prosiswa ini dapat meningkatkan kemahiran kerja berpasukan. 50% bersetuju pelajar dapat meningkatkan kemahiran komunikasi. 75% sangat bersetuju dan meningkatkan aspek moral dan etika profesional. 92.9% pelajar sangat setuju mengatakan program prosiswa ini sangat menarik dan informatif. Dan 100% pelajar bersetuju program ini perlu diteruskan di masa akan datang. Okey, ini adalah gambar-gambar contoh yang telah dilaksanakan program prosiswa bersama PTJ. Okey. Okey, selain itu, selepas kami melaksanakan fasa 1, of course akan ada reflection session. So, reflection session ni adalah bengkel pemantapan program prosiswa di mana kami memanggil penulis modul dan juga fasilitator. Apakah penambahbaikan yang kita boleh buat untuk menjadikan program prosiswa ni lebih inovasi, lebih praktikal, minimum cost with high impact. Okay, so untuk itu kami ada buat sedikit penambahbaikan. So ini ada antara bengkel-bengkel yang kami panggil penulis, kami panggil fasilitator daripada prosiswa untuk memberikan feedback daripada apa yang telah kami laksanakan. Oleh itu, dengan ada bengkel pemantapan ni, kami propose another strategy untuk program prosiswa. Kami panggil fasa 2, which is barulah kami akan melaksanakan program ini dengan cara yang baru. Apabila dilihat fasa 1 tu ada beberapa kelemahan dan kekurangan, maka kami improvisekan strategi kami. So di mana selepas ini PKPP yang akan pusat pokok yang akan menawarkan dan menjalankan program prosiswa ini. Dengan bagaimana PKPP akan buat tawaran kepada college. Kami daripada yang fasa 1 yang lepas, kami khawatir akan ada redundant hadiran pelajar daripada fakulti dan kolej. Oleh sebab itu kami akan fokus lebih kepada pelajar kolej. So, jadinya 120 peserta kolej dalam satu siri dan uniknya di sini adalah untuk kali ini program prosiswa akan menerapkan ke 10 topik yang telah ditulis dalam modul 3P itu, di mana topik ini kami bahagikan dalam 4 tema, iaitu tema personality dan gaya hidup, tema jati diri dan kesejarawan, tema kepimpinan dan komunikasi, tema ICT dan kerjaya. Dan daripada fasilitator yang telah kami lantik masa fasa 1 daripada PTJ dan kolej, kami akan mantapkan lagi training untuk setiapnya fasilitator mempunyai tema dan masa-masa pengajaran pelaksanaan program prosiswa nanti. Dan again, yang kami juga akan buat penilaian impak kepada pelajar dan juga laporan. Okey, peserta diterapkan dengan 10 topik. Maksudnya pelajar-pelajar yang menjadi peserta prosiswa ni akan diterapkan terus 10 topik. Okey, melalui 4 tema diberikan. Dan kami sasarkan satu semester akan ada 2 siri. Maksudnya setahun kami sasarkan minimum 480 peserta yang akan mendapat pengajaran tentang kemahirisannya melalui program prosiswa kami. Dan ini adalah implikasi kewangan di mana RM8,000 untuk satu siri program. Okay, ini adalah topik-topik yang telah kami bahagikan, iaitu ada tema personaliti dan gaya hidup, iaitu antara topik 1, 2 dan 4, iaitu sasiah adat dan personaliti, kewangan dan daya tahan dan gaya hidup. Topik ini sangat menarik sebab seperti kita tahu sekarang ni kadar bantut di Malaysia sangat tinggi. Dan paling utamanya adalah di Putrajaya. Sebab kenapa? Sebab bakal ibu kurang nutrition. Okay, so that's why antara topik yang dilami adalah untuk menerapkan nutrition yang sangat bagus untuk pelajar-pelajar wanita kita untuk mendapatkan nutrition yang bagus agar generasi akan datang ini dapat mengurangkan kadar bantut kita. Okay, so I'm a part of during the development ni, so memang banyak sangat ilmu baru yang I dapat. Okay, and then kita juga ada tema jati diri dan kesukarelawanan, tema patriotisme dan perpaduan dan kesukarelawanan. Seperti yang kita tahu, memang kita perlu meningkatkan jati diri dan patriotisme di kalangan pelajar-pelajar kita. So inilah antara topik yang menarik juga untuk dilaksanakan. tema kepimpinan dan komunikasi, pengurusan kepimpinan, pemikiran umum dan bahasa dan komunikasi. Again, ini juga antara tema yang mana majikan-majikan memerlukan pelajar-pelajar ini dapat meningkatkan kemahiran kepimpinan dan komunikasi mereka. Dan juga tema ICT dan kerjaya, iaitu topik dinamika dan teknologi dan juga kerjaya dan usahawanan. Ini adalah antara topik yang kita panggil tadi smart and sharp. Okay, di mana smart adalah how we smart to communicate with the community or with the your employee and employer and so on. But then the sharp is how you involve with the digital literacy. Okay, so kaedah pelaksanaannya ia lebih kepada latihan dalam kumpulan, mempunyai tema dan infografik yang menarik. Okay, it's not a theory class. Okay, untuk program posiswan yang lebih kepada latihan, di mana sebab tu kita akan menilai bagaimana pelajar-pelajar ini dapat menerap kemahiran sana itu melalui latihan-latihan dalam kumpulan yang kami sertakan sepanjang program posiswa nanti. So ini adalah fasa 2 yang kami jalankan. Kami baru sempat menjalankan satu program saja dahulu posiswa pada fasa 2. Okey, ini dah dijalankan di Dewan Putra Pusat Kukuh. Okey, again self evaluation by the students. Okey, so menunjukkan 90% daripada pelajar sangat bersetuju aspek pemikiran kritis dan kemahiran dapat meningkatkan aspek pemikiran kritis dan kemahiran menyelesaikan masalah. Dan juga 80% sangat setuju dalam program posiswa ini dapat meningkatkan kemahiran kerja berpasukan. Okey, dan 70% pelajar sangat setuju dapat meningkatkan kemahiran komunikasi dan 40% sangat setuju dalam meningkatkan aspek moral dan etika profesional. Walau seperti lihat di sini kita boleh lihat, okey, mungkin di sini pelajar tidak berapa faham berkenaan dengan aspek moral dan etika. So again, kami akan buat reflection dan bagaimana aktiviti-aktiviti yang sepatutnya dilaksanakan dalam program posiswa. Okey, dan ini juga 91.17% sangat menarik dan 100% again pelajar yang sangat setuju untuk diteruskan masa akan datang. Okey, dan again program posiswa ini saya nak menyatakan ini bukan one stop program. Ini adalah amalan pada kami di Pusat Kukuh untuk menjalankan program ini sepanjang masa untuk membantu pelajar kita untuk meningkatkan taraf dan meningkatkan kemahiran mereka. So kita dapat lihat sini unjuran So pada tahun 2022 kita ada 973 pelajar. Pada tahun ini sebab kita bermula fasa 2 agak lewat so hanya sedikit saja. And then dan seterusnya 2024 hingga 2027 kita akan makin meningkat pelajar yang melibatkan diri dalam program posiswa ini dan semoga sebenarnya boleh meningkatkan lebih tinggi. Sebab setiap masa kami akan membuat inovasi dan menjadikan program posiswa ini lebih relevan, lebih praktikal untuk dilaksanakan. Oleh itu, terima kasih.
Sangat tadi, saya tertarik dengan modul ini tapi sebab inovasi yang ditunjukkan ni, kalau ikutkan ni adalah pelaksanaan program posiswa itu sendiri kan. Okay. Jadi yang saya faham pelaksanaan program posiswa ni uniqueness-nya datang daripada modul ni. Okay. Dan daripada modul ni akan disampaikan di dalam program posiswa tu. Jadi saya nak tanya penyampaian dalam modul ni ada tak kaedah pengajaran tertentu?
Okey, boleh terangkan. Okey, setiap modul kalau dilihat ini kita memang ada terangkan objektif tentang modul-modul tersebut. Okey, contohnya modul 1 gaya hidup Lebih kuranglah saya gaya hidup. So akan ada apakah itu gaya hidup, akan terangkan objektif dan juga akan terangkan pelaksanaan aktiviti. So modul ini tidak kepada teori tapi kepada bagaimana pelaksanaan aktiviti itu diadakan. So agak mudah untuk fasilitator atau pengajar untuk mengadakan program yang melibatkan gaya hidup. Contohnya macam tu.
Daripada program posiswa ni, ianya menyelesaikan masalah yang dinyatakan awal tadi tentang tadi employability kan tadi saya boleh terangkan sikit.
Okey, tadi seperti yang saya tunjuk. Lagi next. Okey, seperti yang ditunjuk ni kita dapat lihat daripada social media dan also next daripada penulis ini sendiri mengatakan yang majikan mempunyai isu dengan attitude pelajar. So bila kita cakap pasal attitude bukan pelajar, attitude pekerja mereka. Bila kita bercakap tentang attitude, ia adalah melibatkan kemahiran insaniah. So jadinya inilah sebenarnya peranan kami daripada pusat pokok untuk membantu pelajar-pelajar ini untuk menerapkan kemahiran insaniah mereka. Contoh tadi macam topik 10 ada tentang ICT dan kerjaya. So kami akan tunjuk cara kepada PESI bagaimana untuk menghadiri interview, cara berpakaian, cara menjawab interview dan cara macam mana nak menulis resume dengan baik. Kita tak suruh dia buat begini-begini, tapi kita kita akan trigger creativity of the students, how to make them very representative students. Macam itulah.
Saya mungkin nak bagi saran dengan jelas kan, sebab saya rasa modul ni bagus dan cara pelaksanaan tu nampak tersusun lah. Cuma mungkin kalau doktor nak bertanding dekat peringkat lain ke juga nanti, mungkin boleh packagekan idea tu maksud saya mungkin highlightkan tentang how you deliver this module. Dari segi kaedah pengajaran tu mungkin boleh di-packagekan. I mean, generally you can say that it is a student-centered learning approach ke. Saya tak pasti lah approach lain mungkin masih ada. So saya rasa itu yang perlu di-highlightkan lah. Sebab saya rasa program mahasiswa tu lebih kepada medium dia je kan. Tapi kaedah penyampaian tu saya rasa yang dalam ni lebih valuable lah sebab saya nampak lampirannya dan sebagainya. So mungkin lebih highlight yang itu lah.
Terima kasih. Okay. Alright, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Terima kasih Dr. Haji atas pembukaan tadi. Kita sudah sampai ke pembukaan yang terakhir daripada Fakulti Bioteknologi dan Sains Molekul. Saya silakan kepada Dr. Wan Suhanis saat untuk pembukaan bergabung.
So, okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Boleh dengar? First of all, I would like to thank the Oktober CADe-Lead for having this very innovative initiative program. So with me, I have my head of the department, Associate Professor Dr. Dewi Tempat, and Dr. Saila Ismail, so part of our team, right? And our members from the Faculty of Biotechnology and Biomolecular Sciences. The topic for our sharing this of innovation today is on meaning.
sowing seeds of sustainability through research-infused service learning in microbiology innovation. Okay. Let's look at the learning design. Okay. Now, the idea of having this research-infused service learning initiative comes from four courses. We have immunology, microbiology genetics, microbiology pathogenic, and service learning in microbiology. Service learning in microbiology is only one credit. And the idea to have like a huge program is not really practical. So, and at the same time, we have also identified that these students are actually from the same batch of students taking these four courses in the semester. So by having this combination of courses into one big project, that what we call as the unit service learning, we anticipated that these students will be able to manage well their time, especially. And the most important thing is we want to introduce our students to how to work collaboratively, and at the same time to be able to relate on what they learn from one course to another. Okay, so this is the overview of the project. We call it service learning mini, and as you know, service learning means pembelajaran berasaskan perkhidmatan. So, and usually we identify the community, but our idea for this project is the community is the poultry supply chain. Now, when we talk poultry supply chain, that means from farm to fork, from farm, feed mill, to the slaughterhouse, and then the lab, pharmaceutical, distributor, until consumer. So the students are divided into these 7 groups, and then they have to identify the issues in respective group, and then after that they have to propose a solution and come up with a mock prototype and pitch for the solution. That is actually the whole idea. But in order for them to identify issues and to validate the issues are all based on our the discussion itself. Okay, and then the approach that we use is to interview and also of course to desktop literature review, and then we need to do other preparations, like we need to prepare to get the list of the players in the poultry supply chain, and we give them the timeline, and also we expect the output will be to be presented in what we call as minute, which is microbes invention, innovation and ideation challenge. So we use Trello as the project management platform. Okay, so if you can see here, these students are divided into groups, and on each of these lists they have all these cards, right, in Trello, and this is where they update their interview appointments, their literature review, their posters, their site visits. And at many, this is the one of the platforms besides WhatsApp. Okay, and we give them this timeline. Now, first they have to identify the issues. Now, they have to identify the issue through a literature review, through the news, before they meet the real players, because we want them to be prepared. We do not want them just to absorb the all the input, but we want them to be prepared with all the possible questions and to make them more knowledgeable when they meet the interviewees. So they have to prepare and based on the resources from the journals and also from reliable resources. So all these issues and progress, we meet every week, in person and also online. Okay, and this, after they have identified the issue, they have to come up with questions, and that questions they have to also prepare the expected answer scheme. Answer scheme. So after they have presented their expected answer scheme, so the interview session happens together, either with online or in person. For example, this is interview with QSR, and on site. So the student will have to visit the let's say the farm, the lab. So this is all over. We have also students who visited like in Naka Wildlife in Kedah, for example, during the semester break. So the interview session occurs on site and through online. Okay, so this is some of the examples. Like from Sedingit and Pons Yabahat, who have been very helpful and supporting our students. Okay, and then after the interview, they have to do the transcript. Okay, from the interview transcript, they have to extract the real issues. The issues may be the same or may not be the same from what they have prepared earlier, right? And then after that, this is where at that time also, I mean the coaching and the mentoring session occurs all the time, from day one until they finish. So 7 group with all our lecturers. We meet even at night online, just to prepare them, because they have to come up with ideas on the solution. So we guide them on how they prepare the prototype and also the solution. So they have to make posters and also prototype. And this is where they have to present or pitch for the solution and the mock prototype during this meeting, which was organized on the 11th January 2023. At that time, we did it in the lobby, the foyer of the Biotech. So what they need to do is they need to pitch for the using their posters and also their prototype that they have developed. This is an example of the prototype. And they have some of them, actually all of them actually have made animation also. How they create the prototype. This is one of the examples from the group of lab. Okay? So they visited the lab and they interviewed the lab officers. And then they have to teach. And we have judges. Okay, this is the teaching session. So all teaching session. So the idea is to make one poster, but they have also other material that to support their pitching. So this is just a judge from okay, and then after the judging finish, we have a press giving and a closing ceremony. So how do we assess the student? One is from the judging of the meeting itself. You can see the judges actually come from different backgrounds. We have from the Department of Veterinary Services, and then from QSR, from other universities. we have also from, for example, this Jarin is from the interviewer, the farmer that the student interviewed here. So we use rubric for the meaning assessment on the posters and on the prototype, rubric for the prototype, and they have to make to reflect their experiences through e-portfolio. This is one of the examples of the e-portfolio that is used by the students. They make it into, for example, like a magazine. This is a visit to Department of Veterinary Services, for example, right? And we have also rubric for the e-portfolio. And we had a students' experience survey. For example, you know how the students gain entrepreneurial skills, whether or not they have improved their critical thinking, problem solving. And these students, they are actually on the semester, fifth semester, where the next semester that they're going for their final year project. And we also asked about their personal values and civic responsibility and how they are able to apply what they learn in the classroom to the community needs. So the innovation part for this project is, one, we combine all the 4 courses. We have industry collaboration. Industry take part in the program. We organization as the community. That is actually the way forward. The next industrial revolution is organization as community. We highlight on the research part. They have to do a lot of these studies and analyze their solution and also coming up with a prototype, which is what we call as research reviews. And one of the important things that we want to highlight is the minute itself is actually organized by the first year student, first semester students. Okay, the project is run by the 5th semester, but the minute on that day, on the 11th January, organized by the first semester student. And also the design thinking, system thinking, sense making are all the skills that we want to highlight from this innovation. And the most important thing is these are embedded with education for sustainable development. What are the usefulness? This is very scalable, which I'm going to share with you later. Replicable, and it can be, can be organized by other discipline also. And there are potential prototype to be commercialized, and also SDG alignment and contribution. What are the impact? Now, first, because these can be used as they prepare for their research in their final year for analytical thinking, system thinking, partnership opportunities to improve accessibility, transdisciplinary collaboration, social innovation, and resilience. I want to highlight on the system thinking because it is very important that from the World Economic Forum report that shows system thinking is now at number 6. It was never in the skill top 10 skill before. Now, how system thinking is also the first key competency for sustainability. And we have, let's say, example of students' experience.
Industrial professionals, because skills for application.
Get the skills. Okay, all the skills here. sense making, cognitive load management, transdisciplinary design mindset. Actually, this initiative has covered all the skills that are relevant and in demand for our students. This project also have been we presented in the Education for Sustainable Bootcamp. Okay, that was organized by UNESCO. And moving forward, with this mini, we are organizing a mini SPG challenge that's going to happen in the 18th and 19th November, where we open to all undergraduate, postgraduate, and school. That's going to be conducted in the Mind Shopping Mall. So we have scaled up this initiative to become a bigger program. And I'm sure that from this initiative, not just because of the skills, but the experience and their competence is to be highlighted. We want to emphasize on that, on their experiential learning, on their competence as a microbiology students, and that will actually support their final year project to become a researcher. That's why we highlighted on the research infused part. Okay, research infused, but at the same time, they are able to help or support the community through service learning with the combination of the support from and collaboration from the industry. So this project actually covered the interconnectedness and the relationship between the industry, the community, the universities, and other agencies. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Team as well. My question is, this innovation seems it's on the education model. But do you know if this model has been adopted by any other programs in UPM or in the country? Yet.
If you look at the model, of course, it looks, we are also referring to the talks and experiential learning. With the research infused and the service learning, we embedded the element of the Excel, experiential learning, and competency-based education and skill. So, although like right now in our faculty, all our programs are real programs, research infused experiential learning program. But because these students, they are already in their final year, so they are not in that real program curriculum. However, again, because of the importance of for the students to be able to improve their analytical thinking and system thinking, we introduce this during their fifth semester. Whether this model that have been applied with other faculty, I'm not sure. But then, one thing for sure that, we are working with other disciplines before, using the same model. For example, on the transdisciplinary special education model that we did with USM and also UIA students.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wan, for your presentation. I think I have two questions. My first question is, you were saying that service learning itu adalah pembelajaran berasaskan servis. Okay, and the innovation itself says that sowing seeds of sustainability through research infused service learning. So what I saw is that, what I understand is that students have to come up with a problem based on their interview with the community, and then they have to produce a solution. And then this solution, how is that contributing or taken back to the
Yes,
community?
sorry.
Can you please elaborate?
Yeah. You see, okay. After they have already come up with a solution, a proposed solution and prototype, they had an engagement. They re-engage with the industry or with the group. For example, like Zarin, for example, right? They meet again with the feed me people. They meet again with Sidirin and Boy just now, just to verify or validate their solution, whether it is practical or not practical. Is there anything they want to improve? That's why when during we meet, like Sidirin and Boy and Sedia Fahad and also like Cik Zarin, he is actually the pengurusi for the Koperasi Penternak Selangor, who actually came with their people to support. This is actually to show that, you know, these students, they were able to articulate and able to propose a good solution for the current issues.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And my another question would be, okay, so based on the rubrics and evaluation that you have done, so are the scores that you collected from this activity, how is that being divided into these 4 courses? You have 1 credit for service learning, you have courses for immunology, and all that. Is that, I mean, how the scores is, you know, which course take which rubric and whatnot? Can you maybe elaborate on that?
Because there are 4 courses and service learning is that there is no is 100% coursework, no exam, right? But for the other courses like microgenetics, pathogenic, all they have final exam. But this is part of their continuous assessment. For example, like the Usaida is teaching microbiology, pathogenic. This project is 20% of her continuous assessment. Like the other one on immunology, that is 25%. So instead of having their own separate project in their own course, the project is combined into this course. So the respective lecturer will assess and evaluate the students based on the solutions and also the prototype that they have developed. For example, just now the prototype the video that I showed, that one is very relevant to immunology. So the
different courses have different rubric of evaluation. So they have one project, but all the other lecturers from all the other courses, you know, will have different rubrics. So for my course, I'm going to evaluate you using my rubric because Mark is going to be translated for this course.
Okay, the rubric for the mini tagging is all the same. Okay. Rubric for the e-portfolio also the same. But rubric for the learning content is the same. Okay, thank you.
Saya sebenarnya Dr. Jenis dan sebenarnya tadi kita telah selesai dengan pertanyaan daripada semua peserta-peserta pertandingan. Sebelum kita mengakhiri pertandingan, kita ingin jemputlah Puteri Juri Dr. Yomiha untuk memberikan sedikit urusan bagaimana saya berkenaan dari hari ini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat petang. Pertamanya saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada UPM dan Tanya kerana menganjurkan pertandingan amalan terbaik inovasi dalam PMP ini. Mungkin sedikit ulasan saya adalah daripada inovasi, saya rasa ada berapa dulu saya tak dapat review 2, tapi sebahagiannya yang telah saya nilai dan berikan menilai adalah ada banyak idea-idea baru dan saya rasa yang penting ianya adalah boleh menilai kembali aplikasi NO ataupun objektif pembelajaran dan khusus masing-masing. Saya rasa itu tujuan kita membuat inovasi dalam PMP kita lah. Dan mungkin bagi beberapa inovasi, saya menjangkakan UPM menggunakan platform ini untuk mencari, untuk membangunkan kolam bakat mereka lah untuk mendapatkan talent-talent dalam teaching and learning. Mungkin saya tak pasti sama ada selection pada hari ini adalah telah di shortlisted di senarai pendek ataupun ianya adalah daripada raw participation daripada pensyarah dan terus ditandingkan di sini. Jadi mungkin ada setengah inovasi tu mungkin bagi saya apabila ia dibentangkan ianya tak sejajar dengan tajuk yang ditonjolkan. Sebenarnya mungkin mereka mungkin tak ada guide sangat macam mana nak what is unique in dia punya inovasi tu, tapi bila bercakap tu benda lain pula yang unik macam itulah. Jadi mungkin kalau UPM nanti mungkin nak bawa inovasi-inovasi yang ada di keperingkat yang lebih tinggi, mungkin boleh lihat juga sebelum pensyarah ni ramai yang berbakat dan tapi saya rasa mereka mungkin highlight tak pasti apa yang nak di-highlightkan dalam inovasi tu. Mungkin itulah sedikit pandangan saya dan saya ucapkan tahniah sekali lagi kepada semua peserta yang telah menyertai. I think it takes a very brave heart to present your innovation kan, mungkin dengan potensi untuk dikecam dan sebagainya, tapi it take a lot of effort untuk membentangkannya di hadapan kami lah yang mungkin orang luar yang mungkin tak pasti dengan apa inisiatif yang ada di UPM sini. Okay, saya rasa itu saja daripada saya. Terima kasih. Baik, kita akan akhiri program pertandingan Tempat Inovasi PDP pada tahun ini 2023. So bagi pihak CADe-Lead, saya mengucapkan terima kasih dan tahniah kepada semua peserta yang telah mewakili Fakulti, Pusat dan juga Institut masing-masing. Rumah keputusan ini akan dibuat pada 30-an bulan. Kita akan menunjukkan satu program sambutan bulan pendidik pada 5 hari bulan pagi. Yang bahagia Prof. Ismi akan sampaikan ucapan bulan pendidik dan juga menyampaikan hadiah kepada pemenang yang akan diumumkan. Jadi kita akan berikan jemputan untuk program tersebut. Untuk maklumat program itu juga ialah anjuran bersama dengan Persatuan Akademik. Jadi adalah aktiviti lain masa itu harus juga persembahan secara. Jadi sebelum kita bersurai, saya jemput semua untuk sesi bergambar bersama dengan juri kita. Silakan. Enggak, berdaya.